Welcome to StorySeeker, exploring the world, one story at a time. Today, let's listen to Crime and Punishment, the classic story of Raskolnikov, a poor student drawn into crime, torn between conscience and ambition, on a journey toward truth and redemption. The streets of St. Petersburg lay heavy under the summer heat. It was July, but the air was close and suffocating, heavy with the smell of dust, sweat, and poverty. The sun was still high, yet the narrow lanes were already shadowed by tall, grim buildings, leaning close together, as if whispering the secrets of those who lived inside. From one of these houses, a young man stepped out. His name was Rodion Romanovich Raskolnikov. Once a promising student, now he walked with hollow eyes, clothes worn thin, his boots cracked and scuffed. His coat, though carefully brushed, bore the look of something pawned and redeemed too many times. He slipped into the street, as if trying to avoid being seen, muttering to himself. He was a proud young man, too proud, perhaps, to admit his poverty fully. Even now, as he touched his cap to a passing acquaintance, he felt ashamed of the state of his clothes, ashamed of the rent he owed, ashamed of the desperate, secret thought that gnawed at him day and night. That thought had taken shape slowly, creeping into his mind like a shadow. It whispered to him that he was different from others, that he had the right to step beyond the ordinary boundaries of morality. And in that fevered belief, it suggested something dreadful, something that both terrified and excited him. As he walked, Raskolnikov rehearsed it again. There lived, not far away, an old pawnbroker woman named Alyona Ivanovna. He had visited her before, bringing trinkets to pawn for a few rubles. She was cruel, suspicious, and miserly, always fingering his possessions with her thin, bony hands, always cheating him of their worth. She lived alone, except for her half-sister, timid, half-witted Lizaveta, who served her without protest. The thought whispered again, what if she were gone? What if someone rid the world of this useless, poisonous woman? What if her money hoarded in drawers and boxes were freed, put to better use, used to save lives, to lift up the desperate? And then the darker whisper, what if I were the one to do it? He shuddered as he walked. Was it madness? Or was it the daring of a man who believed himself meant for more than the common herd? At times, he despised himself for even thinking it. At other times, the idea thrilled him. He imagined the act in detail, over and over, until it felt less like fantasy and more like fate. That afternoon, he set out with a plan not to commit the deed, not yet, but to test himself. He would visit the pawnbroker once more, pawn a trinket, and see how he felt. Every step toward her door was heavy, his heart pounding as though it already knew the crime he had not yet dared. But when he stood before her, in that dingy little room with its yellow walls and sharp smell of candle wax, his courage faltered. The woman's eyes, small and cunning, bored into him as if she suspected everything. He left quickly, muttering some excuse, the object still clutched in his hand. Back in the street, he cursed himself. Coward, fool, how could he dream of greatness if he could not even face a frail old woman? The city pressed in on him. The heat, the stench, the noise, it all seemed to mock him. He wandered without aim, his thoughts growing darker, heavier, until his very head throbbed. His pockets were nearly empty, his stomach hollow. At last, he stumbled into a tavern. It was a miserable place, smelling of stale beer and sweat, but it was cool and shadowed inside. He dropped onto a bench and ordered the cheapest drink he could afford. There, fate placed before him a man named Marmeladov. The tavern was dim, filled with the murmur of low voices and the clink of glasses. A cloud of smoke hung in the air. Raskolnikov sat hunched over a chipped wooden table, his drink untouched. His mind was heavy, still haunted by the old pawnbroker's yellow eyes, still circling that dreadful idea that refused to leave him. At the next table sat a man of about 50. His clothes were tattered, his face puffy from drink, his eyes bloodshot yet strangely alive, burning with a mix of shame and restless talk. He had the look of one who lived at the bottom of things, yet never ceased speaking of higher truths. This was Marmeladov, a minor government clerk, fallen deep into poverty and ruin. The man leaned toward Raskolnikov, as though hungry for an audience. "Allow me," he began, his voice trembling between pride and despair. "Allow me to introduce myself. I am a man of misfortune, a man who drinks." He laughed bitterly, as though mocking himself. Raskolnikov might have turned away, but there was something strangely compelling about him, something that pulled the listener closer despite the stench of alcohol. And Marmeladov, once given an ear, poured out his soul. "I had a post, yes," he continued, wagging his head. "A fine government post. But vodka, my dear sir, vodka. I could not resist it. I lost everything, squandered it all. Yet still my wife took me back. Ah, Katerina Ivanovna. She is proud, proud like a noblewoman, though she scrubs floors to feed the children. Consumption eats her lungs, but her spirit burns. She despises me, curses me, yet I see the fire in her eyes." He stopped to drink, then leaned closer, lowering his voice. "And then there is my Sonya, Sofia Semyonovna. She is only 18, gentle, quiet, too gentle for this world. And yet, to feed us, to feed her little stepbrothers and stepsister, she sold herself." The words dropped like stones. Raskolnikov felt a sharp pang, though he tried to hide it. "Yes," Marmeladov whispered hoarsely. "My daughter walks the streets of Petersburg at night, and I, her father, drink away the few kopecks she earns. Can you imagine her coming home after such nights? She crosses herself, takes the children in her arms, and reads to them from her torn little Bible. And I, wretch that I am, I fall at her feet and beg forgiveness. And she forgives me." His voice broke. He covered his face with his dirty hands and sobbed openly. Around the tavern, some laughed cruelly, others muttered in disgust. But Marmeladov did not care. His confession poured out like water from a broken vessel. "Sir," he cried suddenly, turning to Raskolnikov with desperate intensity, "can a man like me be forgiven? Is there mercy for such as I? I believe, yes, I believe that Christ will forgive even the lowest of the low. For what is hell, if not the inability to love? And she, my Sonya, she still loves me, though I have destroyed her." Raskolnikov sat rigid, silent. He felt the man's words burrowing into him, unsettling something deep inside. Marmeladov's ruin mirrored a part of his own fevered soul. The degradation, the despair, the belief that suffering might carry its own strange holiness. At last, Marmeladov staggered to his feet. Come home with me," he urged suddenly. "See for yourself what I have done. See the misery I have brought upon them." Raskolnikov, half against his will, followed. The streets were dark now, the lamps casting dim circles of light on the crooked stones. They passed through alleys where the poor huddled in doorways, where the smell of rot and sickness clung to every wall. At last, They entered a narrow, airless room, more like a coffin than a home. There, on a bed of rags, lay a woman with hollow cheeks and burning eyes. Katerina Ivanovna. Her chest heaved with each breath, but her posture remained proud, defiant. 3 small children clung to her skirts. When Marmeladov stumbled in, she leapt up, her face twisting with fury. "You beast!" she shrieked. "You drunkard! You have spent the last kopeck, haven't you?" And the children look at them, hungry again. She struck him, clawed at his hair, until at last he sank to the floor, bleeding slightly from a scratch on his temple. He did not fight back. Instead, he cried out, "Beat me, Katerina! Beat me! I deserve it all!" In the corner, Sonya appeared. Thin, pale, dressed in a faded yellow dress. She looked older than her years. Her blue eyes were gentle, sorrowful, yet steady. She said nothing, only knelt beside her father, placed a timid hand on his shoulder, and whispered, "Papa." The sight pierced Raskolnikov's heart. Here was misery laid bare, pride and shame, sin and sacrifice, all bound in one broken family. He felt a strange pull toward them, as though fate had led him to witness this very moment. When at last he left, slipping quietly into the night, he pressed the few coins he had into Katerina's trembling hand. She stared at him in astonishment, tears suddenly filling her eyes. But Raskolnikov hurried away before she could speak. The street swallowed him again. His head throbbed, his thoughts spun. Marmeladov's voice echoed in his ears about sin, forgiveness, Sonya's sacrifice. And then, as if to drown it out, the old whisper returned. The whisper of the pawnbroker, the whisper of blood. The night was restless. Raskolnikov tossed on his bed in his cramped little room, the heat of July pressing down, the sounds of Petersburg seeping through the cracked window. Marmeladov's drunken voice still echoed in his mind. Sonya's pale figure, Katerina's wrath, the children's hungry eyes. But louder still was the other voice, the fevered whisper that had taken root in him long ago. It spoke of the pawnbroker, of her narrow eyes, her shrill greed. It spoke of money, freedom, a life remade. Again and again he tried to silence it, but it would not leave him. He awoke late, head heavy. The room was suffocating. He had no food, no money. He wanted only to lie still, yet fate knocked on his door. It was Nastasia, the servant woman, who sometimes brought him scraps. She entered, a little out of breath. "A letter for you, Rodion Romanovich," she said, handing him an envelope, the paper cheap but carefully folded. His heart gave a strange leap. From his mother, he tore it open. The handwriting was shaky but tender. He began to read. "My dear Rodya," it began. The letter was long, and each line seemed to tighten around him like a noose. His mother wrote with love, but also with anxiety. She told him that his sister, Avdotia Romanovna Dunya, had been working as a governess in a wealthy household. There had been scandals, whispers, a cruel mistress who tormented her. But Dunya endured it bravely, silently, until at last she left. Now, she wrote, Dunya had received a marriage proposal. The man was Pyotr Petrovich Luzhin, a lawyer of means, perhaps twice her age, but respectable, established. He promised Dunya security, a home. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother, tried to sound joyful. She wrote that Dunya had accepted, for the sake of her family. She believed it would lift them all from poverty, ease Raskolnikov's hardships. And soon they would come to Petersburg. They would see him. They would bring hope. The letter trembled in his hands. He read it once, twice, every word burning into him. Luzhin, a man who wanted a poor girl not out of love, but out of pride, so that she would be grateful, submissive, bound to him forever. A man who would purchase his sister as though she were a servant. Raskolnikov's chest tightened. He leapt up, pacing the small room. "No!" he cried aloud. "She cannot! She must not!" His hands shook, his thoughts raged. He saw Dunya's proud eyes, her strength, her quiet dignity. She would sacrifice herself, he knew it, for their sake. She would marry Luzhin, suffer in silence, to support her brother's future. And that thought was unbearable. He crushed the letter in his fist, then smoothed it again, his eyes darting across the lines as if to find some loophole, some hidden escape. But no, the decision was made. They were coming to Petersburg. The wedding was near. His mind whirled. Poverty, shame, sacrifice. The pattern was endless. Sonya selling herself, Dunya selling herself in another way. All for survival, all for love. And he, what had he done? Nothing. He lay in this rotten hole, dreaming, while the women around him bled for his sake. A feverish anger took him. He strode back and forth, muttering, clenching his teeth. Is there no way out? No justice? Must it always be this slavery? And once more, like a shadow at his shoulder, the thought of the pawnbroker rose. The old woman, Alyona Ivanovna, cruel, useless, hoarding her rubles, sucking the life from the poor. She had money enough to buy 10 dowries, to save 10 Sonyas, 10 Dunyas, and yet she gave nothing, only took. He saw her face, sharp and mean. He heard her voice, counting coins, and suddenly the idea did not feel like madness, but like logic, like necessity. One life, he whispered, one worthless, poisonous life, in exchange for hundreds of others, for Dunya, for Mother, for Sonya, for me. Would it not be just? He stopped, trembling. His pulse thundered in his ears. He remembered an article he had once written, an essay on crime, on whether extraordinary men had the right to step over laws if by doing so they brought greater good. Napoleon, he had argued, did not ask permission when he spilled blood. He took what he needed, and history worshipped him for it. Why should he not also dare? Yet even as he thought this, his body recoiled. He staggered, pressing his face to his hands. No, no, he groaned. The horror of it surged through him. The image of the axe, the blood, the scream. But then the letter whispered again, Dunya in Luzhin's house, her eyes dim, her pride crushed. Sonya on the streets, his mother weeping. He lifted his head. His lips moved soundlessly, forming words he dared not speak. The city outside was noisy, alive with carts and cries, with the endless hunger of Petersburg. But in that small room, Raskolnikov stood in silence, on the edge of a thought that would soon become his destiny. And he knew. A choice was approaching. Raskolnikov could not stay in his room. The walls pressed on him. The words of the letter clung like chains. He threw on his worn coat and hat and stumbled out into the heat of the afternoon. Petersburg lay before him, restless and grey, the wide streets shimmering with dust. Carts rumbled, drivers cursed, children darted barefoot between wheels. A beggar croaked out a hymn, his hand trembling. Across the canal, a woman leaned from a window, hanging faded linen. The city was alive, yet it felt to Raskolnikov like a fevered dream, every sound sharpened, every color raw. He walked fast, his steps uneven, his thoughts a whirl. Luzhin, Dunya, the pawnbroker. At times his mind burned with rage. At others he felt hollow, as though drifting without weight. He crossed into a poorer district, the stench of spirits and refuse heavy in the air. A tavern's door stood open, voices spilling out. He paused, and from within came a sound he recognized, the cracked, eager tones of Marmeladov. Raskolnikov entered. It was dim, thick with smoke. Men hunched over mugs of beer and vodka, their faces flushed. And there, at a table near the wall, sat Marmeladov, in his same shabby frock coat, though even more ragged now. He lifted his glass with shaking fingers, eyes shining with drink and desperation. When he saw Raskolnikov, he started, then smiled faintly, as though at some deliverance. "Ah, Rodion Romanovich, sit, sit. The Lord himself has sent you to me again." Raskolnikov hesitated, but curiosity drew him. He sat. Marmeladov leaned close, his breath sour, his words spilling in torrents. "You remember my Sonya? Yes? She goes out again tonight. Again! She brings kopecks. God help her. While I fur." He struck his chest with a trembling fist. "I drink. Yes, I drink it away. The last crust, the last shirt off their backs, and I drink it." A murmur rose from nearby tables. Some laughed, some cursed him. But Marmeladov was lost in his confession, his eyes burning. "They suffer. My Katerina Ivanovna, coughing her lungs out, the children crying with hunger, and I crawl back, drunk, my boots stolen, my head bleeding. And yet do you know what comforts me, young man?" He leaned closer, whispering hoarsely, "That he, the merciful one, will forgive me, the drunkard, the wretch. He will say, 'Come forth, Marmeladov. Thou art vile, but thou hast suffered. And Sonya, thy daughter, she hath suffered for thee.'" His voice broke. Tears ran down his cheeks. He covered his face. Raskolnikov stared, a mix of pity and revulsion twisting in him. Here was misery laid bare, shameless, pitiful, yet strangely noble in its torment. The tavern door opened suddenly, and Katerina Ivanovna herself appeared, thin, pale, eyes blazing with fever. She seized Marmeladov by the arm, her voice sharp with fury. "So, there you are, you disgrace, spending the last coins while your children choke for bread." She dragged him from the bench, striking him with her fists, heedless of the laughter and jeers around. Marmeladov did not resist. He stumbled after her like a beaten dog. The sight shook Raskolnikov. He rose quickly and left, the noise of the tavern fading behind. He walked on, faster, through crooked streets, where the sun burned on yellow walls. His thoughts returned, as if drawn by some magnetic force, to the pawnbroker, that old woman, sitting safe in her flat, behind bolts and chains, counting her rubles, feeding on the misery of others. He remembered Marmeladov's words, the children hungry, Sonya on the streets. He remembered his sister, preparing to give herself to Luzhin. And then he thought, all for want of money. He stopped short. His heart pounded. One act, he whispered. One blow, and all could change. The thought no longer shocked him, as before. It came now with a strange calm, as if inevitable. He imagined the axe in his hand, the quick strike. He imagined the old woman crumpling, silent, the rubles unlocked, the gold, the pledges. Freedom, for him, for Dunya, for Sonya. The city roared around him. Voices, wheels, the clatter of horses. He barely heard it. A group of students passed, laughing, discussing loudly. One of them said, "She's nothing but a louse. That pawnbroker woman. It would be a blessing if she were gone." Raskolnikov froze. He turned sharply, staring at them. But they walked on, oblivious. The words echoed in him like a verdict. A louse. Yes, that was all she was. He walked on, trembling, dizzy. The sky spun. The buildings wavered. He reached a small park, collapsed on a bench, and pressed his hands to his face. But the thought would not leave him. It pressed closer, harder. The letter, Marmeladov, the student's words, all pointed the same way. Perhaps it was not chance. Perhaps it was fate. For a long time he sat, motionless, the city flowing past him. At last he rose and began to walk home. His steps were heavy, but his eyes were lit with a strange fire. That night, as he lay on his narrow bed, he whispered into the darkness. One test, a trial. No more dreaming. Tomorrow, I will see if it can be done. And with that thought, heavy and terrifying, he closed his eyes. Sleep did not come easily, but when it did, it was filled with feverish dreams of blood, of laughter, of his sister's face, of Sonya's eyes, and of an old woman shrieking behind locked doors. The next day dawned heavy with heat. Petersburg shimmered under a dull, oppressive sky, as if the very air pressed down upon the city. Raskolnikov woke late, unwashed, feverish. His head throbbed, his mouth dry, yet his thoughts burned with the same fire. The pawnbroker. The idea had settled inside him like a seed that would not be torn out. Every hour it grew, pressing against his chest, filling his blood. He rose and paced the room. Enough, he muttered. It must be tried. A test. Nothing yet. Only a test. He dressed quickly, his hands trembling, and slipped into the streets. The city seethed around him, carriages rattling, peddlers crying their wares, the smell of hot bread mingling with sewage. He moved like a man in a trance, seeing little, hearing less. His whole mind fixed on one task. To visit Alyona Ivanovna again, to measure the way, to see if fate itself would grant him the chance. As he crossed the canal, he rehearsed it all in his mind. The stair, narrow and dark, the door with its iron bolts, her eyes, small and greedy, behind the spectacles. He imagined the weight of an axe in his hand, the swiftness of a blow. Yet each thought chilled him. His chest tightened, his breath shallow. When he reached her building, he paused at the doorway, heart hammering. The smell of cabbage and dust rose from within. He climbed the steps slowly, each creak of the boards echoing like a drum. At the 4th floor, he stopped before her door. He listened. Silence. He knocked. After a pause, came the scrape of bolts. The door opened a crack, her sharp eyes peering out. "Ah, it is you," she said suspiciously. "Back again so soon?" "Yes," he forced out. I have another pledge." He drew from his pocket an old, tarnished silver cigarette case, worth almost nothing, but it would serve. She eyed it, frowned, then opened the door wider. "Come in." The little room was, as he remembered, stifling, cluttered with trunks and furniture, the yellow walls stained with grease. The smell of stale air and poverty was thick. She took the case, examined it, weighed it in her fingers. Worth very little. A ruble, perhaps. As you like, Raskolnikov said. His voice trembled. As she turned to fetch the book of accounts, he let his eyes dart quickly around. The chest in the corner, the small table, the door to the bedroom half closed. His heart raced. He imagined stepping behind her, lifting his arm, striking. The vision was so vivid that he swayed, gripping the wall for balance. But then she turned back, snapping the book shut. Sign here, he obeyed. His hand shook so that the letters sprawled crookedly across the page. She counted out the coin with slow, bony fingers. He took it, his skin crawling at the touch. Come again when you have something better, she said sharply, and moved to bolt the door behind him. Out in the stairwell, he leaned against the wall, drenched in sweat. It can be done, he whispered. It can be done. The way is clear. He stumbled down the steps and out into the street. The air struck him like a blow. His mind whirled. The city seemed changed. Every face he passed looked strange, distorted. He imagined they knew, that they read his thoughts. He hurried on, eyes lowered. He wandered without aim, his feet carrying him through alleys and across bridges. At last, he found himself in a small park. He sat heavily on a bench, panting like a hunted animal. The thought of the act sickened him now, as though he had touched poison. He covered his face with his hands, but soon another voice spoke within him, cold and relentless. It is fate. Everything led you there. The letter, the poverty, the words of the students, the very path to her door, all pointing one way. He lifted his head. Children were playing nearby, their laughter ringing in the air. A young woman walked past with a basket, her face pale, her dress patched. He thought of his sister, of Sonya. He thought of Marmeladov grovelling in the tavern. All for money, he whispered. And she hoards it. She chokes on it. The word returned, echoing. A louse. He shuddered, rose, and walked on. By evening, his legs ached. His head burned. He returned at last to his garret. The walls closed around him, but he could not sit still. He paced, muttering, clutching his hair. It is only a test, he said again. No decision yet, but soon, the moment will come. He lay on his bed, staring at the ceiling until night fell. Outside, the city's murmur softened, then died away. Rats rustled in the corners. The moonlight glowed faintly through the cracks. His eyes closed, though his mind still spun. In dreams he saw the pawnbroker's face, twisted and shrieking. Then Sonya's eyes, filled with sorrow. Then his mother's hand stretched toward him. He woke in the dark, trembling. The test was complete. He had seen the way, touched the door, heard the silence inside. And now, he knew there would be no turning back. The summer sun beat down mercilessly on Petersburg, turning its narrow streets into ovens. Raskolnikov wandered like a man half asleep, fever gnawing at him, clothes clinging to his damp skin. His head ached with strange flashes of thought, visions of the pawnbroker, of money spilling from trunks, of his own hand red with blood. He had meant only to test himself the day before. Yet already the test had poisoned him. He felt bound to the thought now, as though invisible chains tugged him closer each hour. His steps led him without plan into a tavern. The air inside was heavy with smoke, and the sour stench of spilled spirits. He sat in the corner, elbows on the table, staring blankly at the wooden floorboards. At the next table, two young men spoke loudly. They were students, rough-clothed, half-drunk. Raskolnikov listened without meaning to, their voices drilling into his skull. "That old pawnbroker woman," said one, slamming his cup down. "A vile creature. She cheats the poor, feeds on their misery. The sooner she's gone from this world, the better," the other laughed. "True enough. One life for hundreds saved, that's no murder, that's arithmetic. If she were struck down tomorrow, think how many would bless the hand that freed them." Raskolnikov's breath caught. His heart pounded against his ribs. He gripped the edge of the table until his fingers whitened. The first student leaned forward. "A louse. That's all she is. A louse sucking life out of others. What is one louse compared to 1,000 human hopes?" Their words seemed to burn themselves into his brain. He rose suddenly, nearly overturning his chair. The students turned, startled, but he hurried out into the street without a word. The air outside struck him like a blow. He staggered, pressing a hand to his forehead. The city swirled before his eyes, the canal flashing like quicksilver, the houses leaning close, whispering, "Fate," he muttered hoarsely. "Even strangers speak it. The world itself points the way." He walked on, half running, as though pursued. Every sound seemed to mock him. The cry of a peddler, the rattle of wheels, the laugh of children. He clenched his fists. "It must be done," he whispered. "For my mother, for Dunya, for Sonya, for all who suffer while she hoards and sneers." Yet another voice rose inside him, trembling and terrified. But to kill? To raise a hand against another soul? That is no liberation. It is damnation. He shook his head violently. Sweat ran down his face. By evening, his body could endure no more. He returned to his garret and fell upon the bed, fully clothed. His head burned. His limbs trembled. In fevered half-sleep he dreamed. He was again a little boy, standing with his father before a tavern. A horse, old and thin, was being beaten by a drunken peasant who tried to make it pull an impossible load. The animal stumbled, bleeding, while men laughed and shouted. The boy screamed, rushed forward, threw himself upon the horse's neck, trying to protect it. But the blows rained down, the horse collapsed, and its eyes stared, glassy and dead. The boy woke crying. Heartbreaking, Raskolnikov sat upright, gasping in the dark. His chest heaved. The dream clung to him like smoke. Why that dream? He whispered. He felt the same helplessness, the same horror, now at war with the voice urging him on. Was he the child again, powerless before cruelty? Or was he the man with the whip, poised to strike? He pressed his fists against his temples. The fever surged. Days passed in a haze. Sometimes he raved, sometimes he lay silent, eyes fixed on the ceiling. His landlady knocked, but he did not answer. He lived on scraps of bread and water. When at last he rose again, weak but restless, he felt like a man marked by destiny. The city seemed to watch him. Every word he overheard, every chance encounter, appeared to guide him further down one path. One evening he found himself again outside the pawnbroker's house. He had not meant to come, yet here he was, staring up at the window with its yellow curtains. His heart pounded. He stepped closer. Through the stairwell came a young man with a package, muttering to himself. "The old witch again," the man said under his breath. "May the devil take her." Raskolnikov drew back into the shadows. He felt dizzy. as if the walls themselves whispered, "It is time. It is time." He turned and stumbled away, his throat dry, his knees shaking. But even as he fled, a terrible certainty settled over him. It was no longer merely an idea, nor a fever dream. It was a plan, and soon the hour would come. The summer dusk settled heavy over Petersburg, air thick with dust and the sour stench of the canals. Raskolnikov walked aimlessly, shoulders hunched, lips moving in half-whispered fragments. The fever still clung to him, though his body had steadied, but his mind was a storm. For days he had rehearsed the idea. Now, without fully admitting it, he had begun to rehearse the act. He found himself tracing streets that led past the pawnbroker's house, noting who entered, who left, and at what hour. He timed the old woman's comings and goings. He listened. He calculated. Each detail fixed itself in his brain like a nail. He told himself he was only testing, merely observing, as a scholar would test a theorem. Yet the more he tested, the more real the vision became. He discovered by chance that Lizaveta, the pawnbroker's simple and timid sister, went out each evening around 7 o'clock to buy groceries or sew for neighbors. She was always gone at least an hour. That meant the old woman was alone. The discovery shook him. He leaned against a wall, breathing hard. Fate itself seemed to open a door before him. One evening, he tried a small experiment. He slipped into a workshop where the apprentices were at supper and took a heavy iron axe from the woodpile. It fit in his hand, its weight both terrifying and strangely comforting. He set it back quickly, heart pounding. He wandered for hours after, his head filled with strange flashes, blood, gold coins, freedom, damnation. His thoughts turned in circles. It is not murder. It is liberation. It is not crime. It is justice. One life against thousands. But another voice rose. And your soul? Your hands? Can you step over blood and remain whole? The struggle tore at him until his body ached. He slept little, ate less. He looked into the cracked mirror in his garret and barely knew the face staring back, hollow-eyed, unshaven, with the look of a hunted animal. Yet the plan formed itself with brutal clarity. He would wrap the axe in cloth beneath his coat. He would make a loop to carry it unseen. In his pocket he would place a small box, an empty case, disguised to appear valuable. Something the pawnbroker would lean forward to examine. At that moment, he pressed his hands to his temples, shuddering. Each rehearsal brought him closer. Each thought sealed the path. Still, doubt gnawed at him. He muttered aloud, pacing. What am I? A monster? Or a savior? Can one act decide a man's fate? He remembered Marmeladov's broken voice, Sonya's quiet sacrifice, his sister Dunya's pale strength. The world crushed souls like theirs, while women like Alyona Ivanovna hoarded, sneered, and fattened on misery. Was it not his duty to tip the scale? And yet he thought of his dream. The horse beaten to death while the boy wept. Was he to become the drunken peasant, whip in hand, laughing while innocence collapsed? The torment deepened. On a hot afternoon, he collapsed on his bed and fell into a fitful doze. He dreamed again, not of the horse this time, but of endless corridors, doors opening one after another, each revealing the pawnbroker's wrinkled face. She cackled, wagging her finger, and every door led only to another room with her waiting, laughing. He woke with a cry, drenched in sweat. That evening, he stumbled into the streets, desperate for air. He wandered into a tavern and drank vodka greedily. though he rarely drank. The fire burned through his veins, loosening his tongue. He found himself speaking aloud, to no one, about fate, about justice, about blood. A man beside him, hearing fragments, laughed and clapped him on the shoulder. "Ah, philosopher, but your philosophy will get you nowhere in Petersburg." Raskolnikov staggered out, ashamed. But the words echoed, philosophy or action. The next morning, he rose early, trembling. He knew it would be soon. He forced himself to eat a crust of bread, to drink water, to steady his hands. He checked the small box he had prepared, polished it until it gleamed. He tied a loop of cloth for the axe. His heart hammered. He whispered, "Not today. Tomorrow. One more day." But the whisper rang hollow. He knew the day had already chosen him. He walked once more past the pawnbroker's house. The yellow curtains hung motionless. The stairwell was empty. He counted the steps, noted the creak of the third board. He watched Lizaveta leave with her basket. The world seemed to hold its breath. Raskolnikov turned away, staggering into the street, face white as chalk. He leaned against a wall, gasping. A woman selling flowers glanced at him and crossed herself. He whispered, almost in prayer, "If it is evil, stop me. If it is meant, then let the path be clear." But no thunder answered, no angel blocked his way. The city went on, as always, carts rattling, beggars crying, church bells tolling, and Raskolnikov felt, with a terrible certainty, that silence itself was the answer. He walked back to his garret, every step heavy as stone. He lay down, staring at the ceiling, hands clenched. The shadows deepened around him, and in that silence, he knew. The abyss waited. Soon, he would step across. The day dawned heavy. The air pressed close with August heat. Petersburg seemed to sweat and groan, as if the city itself anticipated some dreadful thing. Raskolnikov awoke late, head pounding, body weak. He lay still for a long time, staring at the slanted sunlight on his dingy wall. His mind whispered, "Not today, tomorrow." But another voice answered, relentless, "Now, today, there will be no tomorrow." He rose unsteadily, hands trembling. Every movement felt unreal, like an actor preparing for a role. He tucked the small polished box into his pocket. He slipped the looped cloth with the axe beneath his coat, feeling its weight press against his side. He pulled his cap low, muttered a prayer, or perhaps only a plea. The streets were crowded, noisy, yet he moved as though in a dream, hearing nothing clearly. At one moment, a man brushed past him, and Raskolnikov nearly cried out, certain the man had seen through him. But the stranger walked on, unaware. At the corner, he paused. A church bell tolled the hour. It was nearly 7. Lizaveta would be gone. His knees shook as he turned into the narrow street of the pawnbroker's house. The crooked buildings leaned over him, shadows pooling like traps. He entered the stairwell, dank with mildew. Each step echoed. The third stair creaked, he remembered, and he winced. But no one came. He climbed higher, his breath harsh. At the top, he stood before the door, heart hammering. For an instant, terror seized him. "Go back!" it cried. "You can still turn away." But then he remembered his dreams, his fever, his endless torment. And if never, what is left? He rang the bell. After a pause, the pawnbroker opened the door. Alyona Ivanovna, small, sharp-eyed, wrapped in a yellow kerchief, She looked at him with suspicion. "What is it?" she asked. He bowed slightly, forcing calm. "I have a pledge. A little box. See, of value." She narrowed her eyes, reached for it. As she bent closer to examine the clasp, his hand shot out. The axe flashed. A single blow fell upon her skull. A short cry escaped her lips, half scream, half gasp. She staggered, then crumpled to the floor for a heartbeat. Silence. Raskolnikov stood frozen, axe in hand, chest heaving. The room swam before his eyes. He felt both horror and relief, as if some great weight had been lifted, and another even heavier had crashed down. He bent, felt for her pulse. None. She lay still, blood matting her hair. Mechanically, he wiped the axe on his sleeve. His hands shook violently, but then his purpose returned. He hurried to the chest of drawers, searching for the key she always wore. He found it on a cord around her neck, warm from her skin. With trembling fingers, he unlocked the chest. Inside coins, notes, small packets wrapped in cloth, gold rings, earrings, trinkets. He stuffed some into his pockets, breathing hard. The room seemed to spin. Then, a sound, footsteps on the stair. A knock at the door. His heart stopped. He listened, barely breathing. The knocking grew louder. A man's voice called, "Open! Alyona Ivanovna!" Panic seized him. He darted to the door, the axe raised, but the door was locked. At last, footsteps retreated down the stairs. Raskolnikov sagged against the wall, gasping. But then the door creaked. He spun. Lizaveta stood in the doorway, her basket on her arm. She saw the body. Her eyes widened, mouth opening to scream. Raskolnikov, half mad with terror, lunged. He swung the axe. The blow struck true. She fell wordless, sprawling across her sister's body. Silence returned thick, suffocating. Raskolnikov staggered back, staring. His mind reeled. Two now. It was not meant. Not her. He pressed his fists to his temples. The room seemed to close in, but instinct drove him on. He gathered more coins, stuffed pockets until they bulged. Yet he moved clumsily, every sound amplified, every moment stretched. Then another sound, voices below, footsteps, laughter. Two men ascending. Cold terror gripped him. He shoved the door nearly shut, held it with his shoulder. The men rattled the handle. Locked. Strange. She must be home, they muttered, uncertain. For endless seconds, they waited, whispering. Then at last, they descended again, arguing. Raskolnikov listened, every muscle taut. When silence returned, he forced himself to act. He gathered the loot into a cloth, wiped the axe, and slipped into the corridor. The stairwell seemed endless. He moved quickly, but every creak echoed like thunder. He thought at any moment a hand would seize him. A shout would cry out, "Murderer!" But no one came. He reached the street. The evening air struck his face, cool, damp. People bustled past, oblivious. He walked, forcing his steps steady. His heart beat like a drum, his throat parched. At one corner he turned sharply, nearly colliding with a policeman. For an instant, he nearly collapsed. But the man barely glanced at him. Home at last, he shut his garret door and bolted it. He flung the axe beneath the bed, emptied his pockets onto the table. Coins and trinkets spilled, glittering in the dim light. He stared at them with loathing. Blood still stained his sleeve. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He whispered, hoarse, "It is done." But the words brought no triumph, only horror. He fell onto the bed, face buried in the pillow. His body shook. His mind, fevered, whispered over and over, "What have I done? What have I done?" And in the gathering darkness, Raskolnikov felt not freedom, not victory, but the weight of blood upon his soul. The abyss had swallowed him. He did not sleep that night. If his body collapsed onto the bed, his mind did not rest. Darkness swirled with images, the flash of the axe, the blood, Lizaveta's wide, terrified eyes. He would jolt awake, heart pounding. Certain someone was in the room. Certain hands were reaching for him. But the room lay empty, silent, except for his ragged breath. At dawn he rose, unsteady, his head burning. His tongue was dry, his skin damp with cold sweat. He staggered to the window, peering into the pale Petersburg morning. The city looked the same, streets wet with rain, carriages rattling, voices calling, but to him everything had changed. He whispered, "No one knows. No one." Yet his ears strained for shouts, for running footsteps, for the crash of fists at his door. The bundle of loot lay where he had dropped it, under a rag. He stared at it with loathing. Jewels, coins, trinkets. They seemed worthless, disgusting. He had risked his soul, his life, for this? Suddenly seized by panic, he snatched the bundle, stuffed it beneath his coat, and fled into the streets. He wandered without aim, heart hammering. At one moment he thought to throw it in the river, but the quay was crowded fishermen, washerwomen, children playing. He could not. At last he ducked into a courtyard, found a loose board behind a half-collapsed shed, and shoved the bundle inside. He covered it with rubble, dirt, bricks. His hands shook so badly he could hardly push them into place. When he stood again, breathless, he felt a strange relief, as if burying the things had buried the deed. But the relief lasted only a moment. The blood was still on his soul. He returned to his room, locked the door, and collapsed again on his bed. Fever consumed him. For days he did not know how many he drifted between half-sleep and delirium. He dreamt of policemen entering his room, of Alyona Ivanovna rising from the floor with blood streaming down her face, of Lizaveta's silent mouth opening wider and wider until it filled the world. Voices muttered around him. Once he woke to see Nastasia, the servant, peering at him in alarm, bringing tea and bread. He muttered nonsense. She crossed herself and whispered he had fallen ill. Another time he thought Razumikin's tall figure bent over him, cheerful voice assuring him all would be well, but he sank back into fever before he could answer. The days blurred. At one point he half rose, hearing voices outside his door. Two men, speaking the landlord and another. They muttered about bloodstains on his clothes, about his strange behavior. His heart froze. He pressed his ear to the wood. "Best not to meddle," one said at last. "He's sick. The doctor will see him." Their footsteps retreated. Raskolnikov slumped, trembling. They know. They suspect. It is over. But no one came. The fever deepened. At last, after what seemed an eternity, he opened his eyes to the evening light slanting across his room. He felt hollow, emptied, but the fever had lessened. His body was weak, but his thoughts returned, sharper now, and more dreadful. He whispered, "It was real. It was done. I am a murderer." The word rang in his skull, but then another voice whispered, sly and cruel, "And yet, no one knows. You are free. You were strong enough. You dared what others only dream. His lips twisted. He did not know whether to laugh or groan. A knock startled him. The door creaked open and Razumikin entered, his face full of relief. "Alive at last," his friend cried. "3 days you've lain like a log. We feared the worst. But you'll pull through now." Raskolnikov stared at him, unable to speak. Razumikin bustled about, bringing broth, fussing over him with clumsy affection. His cheerful chatter filled the room about students, landlords, politics, the price of bread. At another time, Raskolnikov might have argued, but now he only listened, half-dazed. Yet one word struck him like a hammer. Murder. Razumikin was telling of gossip in the city. The pawnbroker woman, Alyona Ivanovna, and her half-sister Lizaveta had been found slain. The police were baffled. Nothing much had been taken. Who could have done it? Whole neighborhood buzzed with talk. Raskolnikov's hand trembled on the blanket. His throat dried. He forced himself to murmur, "Strange. A pity." Razumikin nodded gravely. "A monstrous crime. They say the murderer was seen, or nearly, but nothing certain yet." Raskolnikov sank back, closing his eyes, his heart thundering. So it was true. The world knew. But not of him. Not yet. Still, every word Razumikin spoke felt like a blade pressing closer. That evening, when his friend had gone, he lay in the dark, listening. The city hummed beyond his window. Somewhere a child cried. Carriages rattled. Life went on. But for him, life had changed forever. He whispered, "I am cut off. No one can know me now. No one can love me. I walk among them, but I am alone." And yet, another voice still whispered, "You are extraordinary. You proved it. Ordinary men obey rules. You broke them. You dared. But the voice of doubt was louder. And yet you suffer. If you were strong, would you suffer so?" Raskolnikov pressed his face to the pillow, torn between pride and despair. The fever had left him, but the true sickness, the sickness of guilt, had only begun. Raskolnikov could not remain shut away forever. The fever had ebbed, though weakness lingered. The city called him, and dread called louder. He felt compelled to step outside to see if the streets looked at him differently now, to test whether the world already knew his guilt. He dressed slowly, his hands clumsy, avoiding the sight of his patched and blood-stained clothes. He buttoned his worn coat and stepped into the Petersburg evening. The air was heavy with smoke and dampness, the streets teeming with noise, yet he felt as if he were walking through a dream. Every glance pierced him. Every shout in the distance seemed a cry of "Murderer!" The stones beneath his feet throbbed with accusation. He walked aimlessly, through crooked lanes and crowded markets, past beggars and merchants, past drunken men shouting at the taverns. He kept expecting a hand to seize his shoulder. At one corner, a group of people clustered, murmuring. A woman whispered of the pawnbroker and her sister, their throats cut. Raskolnikov froze, ears straining. "They say the killer is mad," a man muttered. "Only madness could strike down Lizaveta, poor soul, as gentle as a lamb." "Perhaps a thief," another suggested. But strange, so much left untouched. The police are baffled. Raskolnikov forced himself to move on, his head down. The words burned into him. Mad, thief, baffled. He found himself near a police station. A sudden, irrational impulse seized him. To go in, confess, end it all. His heart pounded, his breath short. He stepped to the door, then drew back in terror. Through the open window, he heard laughter. The policemen inside were talking about the murders. One voice said, "They'll catch him soon enough. Leave a trail, these fellows always do. Think they're clever. But Providence points the way." Another laughed. "Maybe he's listening outside right now, eh?" The room erupted in coarse amusement. Raskolnikov staggered away, his knees weak. It was as though they had seen him, known him. He could almost hear chains rattling in the air. That night, he dreamed again. He walked back into the old woman's room. The door creaked, the axe heavy in his hands. But when he lifted it, she laughed a shrill, endless cackle. He struck, but she did not fall. Another laugh behind him. He turned, more women filled the room. Hundreds of them. All Alyonas. All laughing. Their shrill voices rising until his skull seemed to split. He awoke, screaming. The next day, Razumikin visited, dragging him out of bed. "You must get air," his friend said. "Come, a walk, and perhaps some wine to strengthen you." Too weak to resist, Raskolnikov went. They strolled through the streets. Razumikin talked endlessly about work, about books, about his schemes to earn money translating foreign articles. He tried to cheer his sick friend. But Raskolnikov barely heard. Suddenly Razumikin said, "By the way, I've heard something curious. The police are puzzling over the murders. They think a student may be involved. Someone in debt, desperate. Imagine." Raskolnikov's legs nearly gave way. "A student?" he croaked. Razumikin nodded. "Some pawnbroker's clients are being questioned. Nothing serious yet. Don't look so pale. Man, it's only gossip." But Raskolnikov's blood ran cold. They were circling nearer. Later, when he returned home, his landlady's servant handed him a summons. He was to report to the police office. His heart stopped. He sat frozen, the paper trembling in his hands. It is over. They know. The net has closed. He stumbled through the streets, dizzy, his mind shrieking. Each step felt like a march to the scaffold. Inside the station, the air was thick with smoke and sweat. A clerk glanced up. "Your name?" "Raskolnikov." The clerk shuffled papers. "Ah, yes. You owe rent. The landlady complains. Sign here." For a moment, Raskolnikov could not understand. Rent? Only rent? He signed with shaking hand. Then voices drifted from a nearby room. The words struck him like thunder. "Yes, the pawnbroker case. Evidence will come. We'll find him soon." Raskolnikov swayed, gripping the table. Sweat streamed down his face. He muttered something and stumbled out into the street. The sun blazed on the stones, and the whole world seemed to whirl. He could not recall how he reached his room. He collapsed on the bed, shaking. It was nothing. Rent only. But they spoke of her. They will find me. They must. The torment of suspense grew sharper than the act itself. The murder was done, yet the waiting, the fear, the dread of discovery gnawed at him worse than the deed. Still, another voice whispered, "You are cleverer than they. You will not be caught. You are extraordinary. Ordinary men fall, but you stand apart." But his heart whispered louder, "You are caught, already in your own mind, in your own guilt. You cannot escape yourself." That evening, Razumikin returned again, merry as always, bringing food. "You're white as chalk, man," he said. "Did the police frighten you?" "Ha! Only a rent matter. You must not brood so." Raskolnikov tried to smile, but his lips barely moved. He felt like a man already standing at the gallows. trying to pretend life continued. The city pressed around him, with its noise, its smells, its endless murmur of suspicion. The air itself seemed to whisper, "Guilty, guilty," and so Raskolnikov walked the streets, half delirious, half defiant, a man hunted not yet by the law, but by his own conscience. The net had begun to tighten. Morning came with a thin, smoky light, and Razumikin appeared like a gust of wind, talking, laughing, tugging at Raskolnikov's sleeve, as if energy alone could cure a soul sickness. "You're coming with me," he said. "No arguments. A little walk, a little air, and one small formality with a certain civil servant. Nothing dreadful. He's an acquaintance. Clever fellow. Treats men like samovars, listens for the hiss, then adjusts the tap." Raskolnikov's stomach tightened. What civil servant? Porfiry Petrovitch. Examining magistrate. But don't bristle, he's dealing with the pawnbroker case, and also, incidentally, he's in charge of those summonses to her clients. You had pledged a few things, didn't you? He needs to ask you a trifle or two, purely routine. Routine. The word fell like a dull stone into his chest. Razumikin kept up a cheerful monologue as they went. News of publishers, gossip of students, the price of bread, the impending transformation of the human spirit through practical industry, anything to keep the mind from sharpening its own knives. Raskolnikov walked beside him in a haunted silence. The streets were wet, mentally bright at the edges. The city seemed to look back at him. They turned into a lane near a barracks. The house was old, dusty with clerks. In a narrow room, with a window looking into a cramped backyard, Porfiry Petrovitch received them. He was not what Raskolnikov expected. Short, with a soft paunch in a frock coat slightly too tight, hair cropped close, eyes quick and lively under lids that blinked and twitched. He looked like a man who slept well and still laughed at children's jokes, and then said something that unsettled you for days. "Delighted," Porfiry said warmly. "I've heard of you, Rodion Romanovich. You wrote a little piece recently, didn't you? In the periodical review, on crime." Raskolnikov felt the blood creep. "A trifle," he said. "An idea tossed off. Students will write. It keeps them occupied." Porfiry smiled as if this pleased him more than anything in the world. "We must always keep the young occupied. Sit, both of you. Razumikin, for the love of God, stop towering. One would think you're the police, and I'm the suspect." Razumikin grinned and flopped onto a chair. "The suspect is there," he joked, nodding at Raskolnikov, then flushed at his own words and added hastily, "For unpaid rent, nothing else." Porfiry chuckled and steepled his fingers over his waistcoat. His office smelled of tobacco and geraniums. A pot of tea stood cooling on a side table. The light on the wall hung at a slant, gilding the dust motes. Raskolnikov saw a crucifix in a corner. An icon peeked from behind stacks of files. Domestic things. Soothing things. How easily a room can lie. "Well then," said Porfiry. "About the summons. It's nothing grave. We're talking to everyone who had dealings with Alyona Ivanovna. You pawned, let me see, your father's silver watch, a ring, and once or twice, your sister's trinket." Raskolnikov's mouth was dry. "Yes, you've felt the sting of life. It stings young most." Porfiry tilted his head, eyes kind. "We asked all to come forward voluntarily. You hadn't. No blame. You've been unwell." "He has," Razumikin put in quickly. "Fever. Brain on fire. Doesn't remember eating. I had to force him. Not Sinrive for Sivan the Croesus." Fever, Porfiry repeated, nodding. The brain is a delicate instrument, Razumikin. If you strike one key too hard, all the strings complain. We shall be gentle. He turned back to Raskolnikov. Tell me, did you happen to visit the old woman on the day in question? I ask every client the same. Raskolnikov felt something inside him lurch. The floor seemed to tilt. A bell, faint and rapid, rang at the base of his skull. No, he said. I did not. Porfiry blinked. No, no, Raskolnikov said more firmly and met his gaze. He made himself hold it. Steady. I see. Porfiry's eyes warmed, as if at a human quirk he loved. And you haven't, say, chanced to read the little public notice we posted, inviting clients to check any accounts with the deceased, and to inquire about the pledged items. Naturally, there are legal niceties when a pawnbroker dies. I had no money to redeem anything, Raskolnikov answered, almost sharply. Notices are for those who can afford to read them. Porfiry's lips twitched with empathy. Naturally. This is Petersburg, we post notices. And men starve. The soul keeps the ledger when the city won't. He relaxed back, folded his arms, remained a moment in thought, then glanced playfully at Razumikin. Your friend has a brain. He keeps hidden behind the simplest answers. I like that. You must be proud. Razumikin laughed uneasily and began praising Raskolnikov's writing. He spoke of the article, how coolly it examined the psychology of crime, how the state must account for moral tension in those trapped by poverty, how extraordinary men arise with purposes beyond the police. He went on in a tone that begged Raskolnikov not to contradict him. Porfiry brightened. Yes, that piece. I read it with appetite. The extraordinary man, the Napoleonic idea, a fascinating spur. If I remember rightly, the author proposes that some men very rare may, for the sake of a superior goal, step over certain obstacles which, for ordinary men, are sacred. Is that a fair outline? It was half jest, half hypothesis, Raskolnikov said. One writes as one breathes in a garret. Hypotheses put on boots and go walking, Porfiry murmured. Forgive an old bureaucrat his metaphors. I found myself wondering, how does one know he is extraordinary? By inner fire? By results? Does the right create the man? Or the man, the right? Raskolnikov's head felt tight, as if a steel band had been buckled around it. Results, he said quietly. Who else decides? The world crowns success. It always has. A sad truth, Porfiry admitted. It crowns and then forgets the blood on the stones. He watched Raskolnikov with softened eyes. And when an extraordinary man kills, should he be tormented by conscience? Or is conscience an extravagance for the poor in spirit? Raskolnikov laughed dryly. If a man truly believes he is necessary, what does it matter what he feels? History will absolve him. Porfiry's lids flickered. A small pulse beat at his temple. The heart always matters. It tattles. He smiled again, almost apologetically. You must forgive my curiosity. In my trade, one develops the habit of making philosophy of everything, even tea. We call it method to soothe ourselves. A clerk entered to put files on the desk. Porfiry glanced at the topmost, then slid it aside deliberately. One other detail, he said offhandedly. There were painters working in the building that day. Good fellows, mostly drunk, but their hands do honest work. One imagines they must have seen, heard, smelled something. Paint has a way of catching more than just walls. Did you ever have dealings with them? No? Even in passing? Raskolnikov's chest tightened again. In his mind, he saw the narrow staircase, the open doors, the silent rooms, the voices below the wild flight. The doorbell rung to feign a visit. The memory scraped him like a rusty nail. No, he said. Why should I? No reason at all. Porphyry waved the air. They are simple minds. They say many things that contradict each other, and the truth sits between, yawning. It's our lot to wake it up. There! Razumikin burst out, flushed. That's exactly why I brought him. Don't make riddles out of daylight, Porphyry. He's weak, and you talk like you're setting mousetraps. Porphyry lifted both hands. Peace, peace! I am a lamb. Besides, I prefer dialogue without mousetraps. They catch fingers. Let us call this. He looked at Raskolnikov with a candid amusement that somehow chilled an academic dispute. He rose, wandered to the window, and tapped a geranium leaf with a fond finger. Forgive me my little questions. You see, we have very few certainties. In my trade, clues arrive like birds on a roof alight, hop twice, and fly off. I fling crumbs and hope. Meanwhile, I confess your article tickled me. The extraordinary man, the rightful transgressor, Napoleon in a student's boots. Consider this house, for example. Imagine pure fancy, a clever young man, bright, hungry, proud. He meets a noxious old usurer. The thought arrives, remove her, and the world is better, and a door opens. It is a thought many have had, and most have laughed off. But suppose one does not laugh. Suppose he tries on the thought like a coat in a mirror. You see? Pure fancy. My mind plays while I sip tea. The room held its breath. Even Razumikin's smile faltered. Raskolnikov had a sense of the floor giving way under his feet, and at the same time, a fierce, reckless strength rising in him. He felt suddenly cold, deadly clear. A detective with imagination is a dangerous animal, he said evenly. He hunts himself. Porphyry turned, delighted. Oh, that is well said. Razumikin, do you hear? He hunts himself. You must write that down for me. I'll steal it shamelessly at a dinner. Right? Dinner? Razumikin sputtered. Another knock. A young officer slipped in, murmured something near Porphyry's ear, and departed. Porphyry's face did not change. If anything, the placid cheerfulness grew more placid. Forgive the interruptions, he said mildly. A city never sleeps. It only turns in its bed. Where were we? Ah, yes, the world-crowned success. He studied Raskolnikov's pale face, the sunken eyes that seemed to burn from within. You've met misfortune too early, Rodion Romanovich. It leaves a mark. Misfortune can make men soft, and it can harden them into glass. One hopes for something in between. A short silence fell. The clock ticked a polite, well-behaved little sound, as if it too wore a waistcoat. Raskolnikov felt unexpectedly exhausted, as if he'd walked 50 miles without moving. Porphyry broke the spell with a brisk clap of his hands. Well, enough. You will, of course, sign the formal record of this visit. Just a note that we spoke pure routine. Meanwhile, consider me a friend. If you remember anything about your dealings with the old woman, any little trifle, come by. At any hour. I mean that. He accompanied them to the door himself. All geniality. Razumikin, bring him again. He interests me. We shall talk of philosophy, or we'll argue about tea. Either way, I am in your debt. In the corridor, Razumikin grabbed Raskolnikov by the elbow and propelled him down the stairs. He toyed with you, he muttered angrily. The fat spider. But I told you nothing serious. He's just sniffing. He sniffed me last week. He sniffs everyone. It's his trade. Outside, the air tasted of iron. The sun had shifted. The glare on the cobbles had gone glassy and hard. Cartwheels rattled. A woman shouted at a child. Somewhere a beggar sang a hymn like a broken pipe. Raskolnikov didn't answer. He walked beside his friend, as if sleepwalking. Porfiry's quick, blinking eyes swam before him. The smile, the gentle voice that set down questions like chess pieces and nudged them into position while talking about geraniums. Friendly, affable, fatherly, yet the room had been a net. He had felt the threads draw, fine as smoke, strong as wire. At Razumikin's garret they sat, and food was pressed on him, and talk beat the air like wings. But Raskolnikov sank into a corner with his head in his hands. He heard nothing. He saw 2 rooms, a narrow flat with a blood-red rug, and a woman's grey hair where it should not be, and a shabby office smelling of tea, where a man with bright eyes pretended not to notice that he was reading your pulse. Evening crawled to the window. Razumikin's voice softened. "He's clever," Razumikin said. "He's clever, and he plays fairer than most. But don't let him inside your head, Rodion. For God's sake, don't argue philosophy with a magistrate. He'll ask where you hid the soul." Raskolnikov raised his head. "I have no soul," he said, almost idly. "Then borrow mine," Razumikin snapped, with sudden fierceness. "I've 2, or I had before I met you." Raskolnikov tried to smile. It trembled and vanished. He went home through streets that seemed newly hostile. Windows watched, doorways frowned, the sky bent low and heavy, the air grew close. Somewhere, a church bell rang a soft, patient note, one that did not condemn or forgive, only kept time, always time. It was not the police who held the bell rope. In his room he lay down, dressed, and stared at the ceiling. The conversation replayed itself with cruel clarity. The harmless questions, the academic dispute, the painters, the notice, the article, the extraordinary man. He felt as if each phrase had left a tiny hook in his skin and a thread attached. And now someone, somewhere in a quiet office, was gently drawing the threads together. He thought of confessing, and the thought broke him open like a shell. Equal parts nausea and relief. Then defiance flared. "I will not kneel to a provincial clerk. I will not. I will prove what? That I am what I wrote? That I can hold my nerve? That I am." The words dissolved. Something softer, sadder, moved in the corner of his mind, untidy and human. He covered his face with both hands and, for a long time, did not move. The night passed. It always does, because night, too, keeps books pages of what men do and pages of what they cannot undo, and turns them whether you sleep or stare. By morning he had decided nothing. He rose as if raising a weight and sat a while at the table, doing nothing at all. The light came in thin and weary. The city woke beneath him and began the day's quarrel. Somewhere across it, a small man in an office watered a geranium and hummed under his breath. He had slept well. He had told no one what he thought. He would not. He would wait. That was Porfiry Petrovitch's strength. He could wait. He believed that truth, like a buried body, changes the ground above it, that it swells and softens the earth, and sooner or later a boot sinks, and a man looks down and understands where he is. And Raskolnikov, hungry, proud, brilliant, terrified, walked that ground. He felt it give, just slightly, beneath his feet. The net was not yet closed, but it was no longer only outside him. It was within, and the eyes that watched him now were not only Porphyry's, they were his own. The tavern was thick with smoke, crowded with talk and the clatter of mugs. Evening light dribbled in through dirty panes, catching faces flushed with drink. Raskolnikov sat pressed into a corner, his nerves brittle as glass. He had not wanted to come, but Razumikin had insisted, and Sonya's eyes, those timid, pleading eyes, had given him no choice. Marmeladov was dead. The drunken clerk, whose feverish confession had once poured itself into Raskolnikov's ear like molten lead, had met his end under the wheels of a carriage. And now his family, his widow Katerina Ivanovna, pale and ragged, and his children with their hollow cheeks had arranged a small funeral feast. Not a feast of honor or dignity, but a desperate, grasping attempt to keep appearance, to cling to ritual when bread itself was scarce. The room stank of boiled meat and cheap vodka. A handful of neighbors, mostly petty officials and their wives, crowded the table, whispering and smirking. Katerina Ivanovna, all nerves and bones, flitted among them, arranging dishes with trembling hands, fussing over trifles with the feverish energy of despair. Her chest rattled with every breath, yet she forced a bright, brittle smile. "Eat, eat, dear guests," she urged, her voice strained. "It is the duty of the living to honor the dead." Marmeladov, he was a man of weakness, yes, but of a noble heart. Let us drink to his memory. Glasses clinked. Someone muttered a half-hearted toast. The guests ate greedily, whispering judgments behind their hands. Raskolnikov, watching, felt both pity and disgust twist inside him. Sonya sat quietly in the corner, her face pale, her eyes fixed on the table as though she wished to disappear. She wore the same thin dress, patched at the sleeves. She looked like a figure of sacrifice present, but unseen, carrying the weight of her family's shame in silence. The feast, such as it was, soon descended into quarrels. A thin, officious clerk sneered at Katerina Ivanovna's pretensions. A stout woman with powdered cheeks scoffed at the poverty on display. Every remark seemed designed to wound. Katerina, her voice rising higher and higher, answered them with proud, desperate speeches about her noble lineage, about generals and colonels in her family. Her words came out like sparks, fiery and unsteady. "You dare laugh at me," she cried, her chest heaving. "I am the daughter of a noble officer. I have danced in ballrooms while you scrubbed floors. And though we are poor now, though fate has struck us, my children will rise. They will be educated. They will not crawl like beggars." Her guests smirked, whispered. Some rolled their eyes. The feast turned sour. Raskolnikov felt the atmosphere closing in, as though the walls themselves shrank. His head throbbed. At last, the widow's frenzy spent itself, and the guests, muttering excuses, drifted away. Dishes lay half-eaten, crumbs scattered, cups overturned. The children clung to Sonya's skirt, frightened. Katerina Ivanovna sat down heavily, her breath rattling in her chest, her eyes glassy. It was then that Luzhin appeared. He entered with a smug confidence, bowing politely as though his presence were a gift. His coat was neat, his expression grave, yet there was triumph in his eyes. He spoke smoothly, addressing Katerina Ivanovna with false courtesy. "A sad occasion," he said, "but one must do one's duty. I came to pay respects. Alas, I must also speak of an unfortunate matter." He produced a folded banknote, held it delicately between his fingers. "This, I believe, was taken from my purse yesterday. A most regrettable theft." His gaze slid towards Sonya, cold and accusing. "I regret to say it was found in her possession." 2. The room froze. Sonya's face went white. She shook her head, lips trembling, but no words came. Katerina Ivanovna leapt up, her thin hands clutching at her hair. "Impossible! Sonya? My Sonya? She would never." But Luzhin's voice cut through, calm and hard. "I had given her money, yes, out of Christian charity. But this note, this was stolen. I cannot overlook it. I must expose such wickedness." A murmur rippled among the lingering guests. Eyes turned on Sonya, sharp with suspicion, hungry for scandal. The frail girl stood stricken, her hands twisting in her dress. Raskolnikov's heart surged with fury. He rose, his voice trembling but clear. "You lie," he said. All eyes turned. Luzhin stiffened. "You lie," Raskolnikov repeated, stepping forward. "This is a trick. You planted that note. I know it. You seek to shame her, to strike her down, because she rejected your vile offer." Luzhin flushed, his composure cracking. "How dare you? I dare because I know you," Raskolnikov said, his eyes blazing. "You planned this. You calculated that in her silence and shame, she would be destroyed. But your scheme is clumsy. I tell everyone here this girl is innocent. It is you, Luzhin, who are guilty of malice." A silence fell. Then, slowly, voices rose, murmurs, gasps. Doubt shifted the air. A man at the table nodded grimly, agreeing. The clerk who had earlier sneered muttered, "A low trick indeed." Luzhin, cornered, blustered, threatened to leave, then did so, his dignity in tatters. The door slammed behind him. Sonya, trembling, sank into her chair, her face hidden in her hands. Tears slipped through her fingers. Katerina Ivanovna clasped her, half weeping, half coughing, crying out to the heavens for justice. The children clung tighter. Raskolnikov stood apart, his heart still pounding. Something inside him had cracked open, something raw, dangerous, yet alive. He had defended her. He had exposed Luzhin. But beneath his triumph lay another torment, the knowledge of his own guilt, deeper and blacker than any crime Luzhin could invent. When the chaos ebbed, when the room was quieter, Raskolnikov found Sonya's eyes on him. They were filled with gratitude, yes, but also with something more, a quiet, searching pain, as if she saw into him, as if she knew there was another confession waiting in the dark. He could not bear it. He turned abruptly and left, stepping into the night air heavy with the smell of rain. The city roared around him, wagons clattering, voices rising, the restless hum of Petersburg. But in his mind there was only Sonya's pale face, her silent suffering, her innocence defended against a false accuser. And he, who had killed with his own hand, stood there as her champion. The contradiction gnawed at him, deeper than ever. For if he could shield her from Luzhin's petty cruelty, how could he live with the weight of his own monstrous crime? The streets seemed to echo with a single question, one he could neither silence nor answer. By the time the rain cleared, a brittle calm had settled over Raskolnikov's garret. Razumikin had bullied the landlady into boiling water, opened the one reluctant window, and straightened the heap of newspapers that served as tablecloth. Zosimov, the physician, had left with dry advice and a slow, curious stare that lingered the way doctors' stares do when they guess more than they will say. Raskolnikov sat on the edge of his bed, fully dressed, pale but steady. It was as if a fever had burned through him and gone, like a fire that licks at the wood, then withdraws into sullen embers. "Expect them today," Razumikhin said, trying to sound casual and failing. "They're in town already. I secured decent lodgings near the canal. We'll bring them here first, then carry you over there for supper. And yes, you're going. I'll carry you myself if I must." Raskolnikov smiled faintly. "You, Razumikhin, would carry the whole city if it wept before you. Only the parts worth carrying." Razumikhin grunted. "Keep your strength. Don't be proud with them. It's a sin to be proud with your own mother." Raskolnikov turned his face to the window. He could see a sliver of sky, blue but mistrustful, and the lean back of a house across the courtyard. In the street below, wheels rattled on wet stones. A hawker called. A child laughed that quick, bell-like laugh that comes and goes too fast. A clarity sharpened his senses cruelly. He heard the details of the world as if they had been set closer to his ear. "Tell me," he said without turning, "what you read in me, Razumikhin." "What I read," Razumikhin huffed, "that you need air, meat and mercy, and that you think too much. Zosimov says your heart is sound. So is mine. We'll lend you mine when yours thunders." Raskolnikov smiled again, but the smile broke off as footsteps sounded on the stairlight, hurried, with a scraping pause at the landing, as if someone pressed a palm to her chest and braced herself. A low, familiar voice, breathless and pleading with the landlady. Another voice, low but firm, the sort of voice that stands upright even when the floor tilts beneath it. Razumikhin lit up like a lantern. The door opened. Light poured with them, shawls damp with mist, the faint fragrance of travel and lavender, and two faces that bore the same bone-deep tenderness in different tempers. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother narrow-shouldered, fine-boned, eyes bright with worry and devotion, lips trembling to smile and not to weep. Behind her, Avdotya Romanovna Dunya, tall, strong-lined, beautiful in that austere way some women are, as if carved for standing against wind. She held herself with a composure that was not cold so much as decisive. In the firmness of her mouth was a will that would not be bent by trivial storms. For a long second, no one moved. Then Pulcheria Alexandrovna was across the room and at his knees, hands clutching, words tumbling and breaking. "Rodion, my poor dear, we are here. We are here at last. Oh, how thin you've grown. But your eyes are, my dear, are you ill? Have they been good to you? Oh, if only I had come sooner." Raskolnikov felt her tears on his hands, hot, helpless, salt with all those miles she had carried them. He bent, lifted her, kissed her hair. For a flicker, warmth stole into his heart, unexpected, undeserved, and it frightened him. He lifted his head and met Dunya's steady gaze. She did not weep. She took his face between her hands and studied him soberly, like someone appraising a treasured object that's been mishandled. "You're alive," she said, and for her, that was tenderness. "You look altered, but you are alive. And you," he answered, "have become more yourself. Have become more yourself." Razumikhin could not restrain himself. He executed a clumsy bow, introduced himself with shy bluster, and before anyone could object, he was fetching chairs, coaxing the landlady for tea, pressing Pulcheria Alexandrovna to sit by the window where the air was better. In 5 minutes, he had made the ugly room seem almost hospitable by the sheer force of his goodwill. You must not tire him, he lectured gently, and then proceeded to tire himself on everyone's behalf. A little tea, some light broth at supper, a quiet talk, and tomorrow perhaps a short drive. Zosimov approves. If he had been a dog, he would have wagged. Even Dunya relented enough to smile at him. He turned red to the ears and became more practical than ever, which made them both smile again. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, eased by his attention, told a soft stream of mother's news, how the lilac had bloomed by the village fence, how the cat had grown old, how the postmaster's wife had inquired after Rodion's health. She produced a letter, Luzhin's letter, and handed it to her daughter, then thought better of it and tucked it back into her reticule with flustered fingers. Raskolnikov noticed the letter. The sight of it hardened something in him. He turned to Dunya. So, you are resolved? She understood at once. I am engaged to Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin, she said evenly. We will speak of him later, Rodion. Not now. You are weak. Sometimes weakness improves a man's judgment, he said, too sharply. But no, not now then. Not in front of... He gestured vaguely. Pride swelled in his throat like a stone. He looked at the patched elbow of his coat, at the shabby floor, at the odd, hollow expression that had settled on his mother's face. The pain of loving someone you cannot help. He could not bear it. He stood so abruptly that Razumikin flinched. Forgive me. I need air. Dunya caught his sleeve. You will not leave us. He hesitated. The command in her voice held him. There was a brief struggle visible in his face between the urge to run and the need to anchor. At last he sat. I will not leave, he said softly. But listen. We must be honest with one another. Razumikin, sensing danger, plunged into a cheerful account of the new lodgings he had taken for them. Clean, quiet, sun in the mornings, a respectable widow as landlady, not expensive. He would carry their trunks himself after supper. They would be installed by nightfall. Pulcheria Alexandrovna clasped her hands in gratitude. Dunya thanked him with such composed sincerity that he turned crimson all over again and promised to mend anything that creaked. They were halfway to peace when a brisk, self-assured knock thumped at the door. It opened on a man in a well-cut coat, gloved, hat in hand, the figure of someone who never entered a room. He occupied it. His hair was neat, his moustache trimmed into a moral line, and his eyes, though deferential, measured the worth of everyone present in the swift blink of a ledger. Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin. He announced, or rather, allowed the room to perceive. He bowed to Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He inclined his head to Dunya. He gave Razumikin and Raskolnikov exactly the greetings their coats deserved. Forgive me, he said with unwarranted magnanimity, for intruding upon a family reunion. Had my instructions been followed, we would have met in more suitable circumstances. And Dunnery, night nines to K, and lonely pace. Pulcheria Alexandrovna coloured. Dunya's head lifted a fraction. I wrote, Luzhin continued smoothly, to suggest as a simple test of harmony that Avdotya Romanovna should come to see her brother unattended. It is useful early on to establish principles, independence, deference, a proper order of intimacies. When wives defer to husbands, households prosper. Razumikin choked on the tea. Raskolnikov smiled without amusement. What you call deference, Dunya said quietly. I call compliance. I will visit my brother with whomever I choose. Of course, Luzhin said instantly, with the graciousness of a man overcoming the rudeness of others. Of course, I speak only in generalities. Naturally, your judgment is beyond reproach. His eyes slid to Raskolnikov. Rodion Romanovich, I hope we shall be friends. Families must be united. I am told you have been ill. I regret I could not be of service. Had I known, you will forgive me, Raskolnikov said, if I do not faint in gratitude. Rodion. Pulcheria Alexandrovna whispered, distressed. But Razumikin, who had been simmering like a kettle, burst his lid. Listen to me, Pyotr Petrovitch, he began, honorably disregarding all forms in his zeal. No man, husband, suitor, saint has the right to dictate who a sister may visit. I've carried these women's trunks, I will carry them again, and if you attempt to carry their souls, I'll carry you down the stairs for practice. Luzhin stared as if a chair had addressed him. He recovered immediately. Who is this person? A friend, Dunya said. A true friend. Ah, Luzhin said, and in that single syllable was all the disdain of a clerk raised to office. Friend meant poor. Poor meant suspect. Suspect meant disposable. Raskolnikov watched. Something cold and exact settled over him, the poor man's modest privilege of naming an oppressor. He rose, though not abruptly now. His voice, when he spoke, was very calm. Pyotr Petrovitch, you misjudged your letter's effect. Your principles are not mine, and since you have favoured us with generalities, hear one from me. Any marriage built on gratitude is a polite form of bondage. My sister will not be bound by poverty to a man who admires his own virtue in every spoon he polishes. Luzhin's eyebrows darted up, then down with sceptical charity. You are ill, Rodion Romanovich. I will not take offence. I would remind you, however, that one should not bite the hand that what? Raskolnikov's voice sharpened. Feeds? I see no bread in your hand. I see terms. Independence with small print. Deference with a fine. My sister will stand by herself, or not at all. Dunya's gaze did not leave her brother's face. She was very still. In her stillness was a kind of assent that frightened and strengthened him. Luzhin folded his gloves with care. I see we began badly. We will speak more reasonably tomorrow. Avdotia Romanovna, I shall wait upon you at your new lodgings. No, Dunya said. A surprise skittered across Luzhin's neat features, then vanished like a clerk snuffing a candle. We shall discuss this later, he pronounced to the air, and bowed himself out as if he were leaving a theatre whose play had bored him. Silence fell the way snow does, soft at first, then deep. Raskolnikov sank into his chair. The brief clarity of anger left him faint. Pulcheria Alexandrovna fumbled for his hand, squeezed it with the gratitude that forgives sons anything if they have defended their sisters. Dunya's eyes were bright but dry. You made it too hard, she said, though her voice was gentle. But you were right. You'll break with him, Raskolnikov said. It was not a question. She did not answer. She looked past him, out the window to the narrow opening of sky, and something in her expression reminded him of all the winters she had spent neither bending nor breaking. Razumikin, standing awkwardly by the door, cleared his throat. Well, that's settled. It wasn't, but he needed to say it. Now supper. He set about shepherding them from the room, as if it were a pen too small for such large hearts. He fetched the shawls, the reticule, the little parcel of biscuits Pulcheria Alexandrovna had brought, as if he were the one arriving. He fussed over every step and still, in his fussing, preserved a kind of dignity that honest service gives a man. In the street the air was cool and tasted of metal and wet brick. Evening stretched its long blue cloth over the city. The lamps sputtered awake one by one, like thoughts no one had invited. They walked slowly, Razumikin at Pulcheria Alexandrovna's side, Dunya at Raskolnikov's. Their arms brushed once and she felt the tremor in him. "Are you angry with me?" he asked. "For defending me?" "No, being what I am." She turned her head. "You are my brother." It was the sort of answer that takes away a man's excuses and leaves him only his choices. He felt it and flinched inwardly. To love and be loved is not always mercy. Sometimes it is judgment. The new lodgings were indeed clean, and the widow who rented them had a face like honest bread. In the small parlour, with its pale rug and framed lithographs, Pulcheria Alexandrovna sank into a respectable chair and allowed herself to be plied with soup. Dunya removed her gloves and folded them precisely. Raskolnikov could not keep still. He listened as if to a noise behind the walls. He excused himself before the samovar had properly begun to sing. "A short walk," he murmured. And that was true as far as it went. Razumikin, who was tender where others pry, let him go with a glance that promised he could return without questions. Outside, the streets had thinned. A dog nosed the gutter. A drunk sang and forgot the words. The sky went from pale to thunderous blue. Raskolnikov walked without aim, which was a form of aim toward shadow. Sometimes, guilt pulls a man into the open because he thinks he will be less visible where there is more sky. His steps took him past the bridge where the river gnawed at its banks and pretended to be calm. He leaned on the rail. The water slid by in a dark sheet, never confessing the things it had been asked to swallow. He thought of his mother's tears, of Dunya's eyes, of the thin figure in a yellow dress reading by a window, the girl with the child's Bible, and a room that smelled of poverty and soap. Sonya, he did not yet know toward whom his feet were carrying him. Only that his soul had been summoned to judgment, and there was a softness in that girl's face that made a man imagine he would not be given a sentence without the possibility of mercy. Behind him, somewhere in the warm square of a clean room, his mother was telling Razumikin that Rodion had always been too proud and too tender at once, that as a boy he broke a neighbour's toy and then saved pennies for months to replace it. In another square of light, Dunya was unbuttoning her cuff and thinking with that severe fairness she applied to herself as much as to others that gratitude is a poor foundation for a life. Above the city, the sky lowered itself until it nearly touched the roofs, as if to listen. Raskolnikov straightened and turned back. He would go to them late, he thought, and stand in the doorway and watch them sleep. The mother and sister, who had come like light through a door. He would not enter. He would promise himself he would not wound them again, as if a promise could lay a hand on the past and gentle it. He walked on, boots ticking on stone. From somewhere a church bell tolled with the patience of things that repeat themselves until men finally hear. It is strange how a room can hold light and shadows at once. Strange, too, how a man can, and how those who love him will stand, sometimes for years, in the mixed weather of his soul. If there is a mercy deeper than forgiveness, it is this, that love waits in the doorway and does not turn away, even when the one it loves has not yet come home. Morning slid into Petersburg like a dull blade. Grey light, wet streets, a fog of coal smoke that made even the Neva look tired. Raskolnikov woke after a patchwork sleep with the distinct sense that the day had already chosen him for something. It was not the feverish summons that had once dragged him out of bed and into a crime, but a quieter claim, like a thread tugging from the other end. Razumikin was at his door before the samovar had properly simmered. He banged like a major calling the men to arms. "Up," he said the moment Raskolnikov opened. "Tea, then duty. We're going to Porfiry Petrovitch." Raskolnikov stiffened. Razumikin's eyes blinked. "Why?" "Because you pledged things with the old pawnbroker, and Porfiry is the investigating magistrate in charge of the estate. You can recover them or declare them worthless. Either way, better to be first than fetched. Besides, I mentioned you last night. He knows you wrote that. What did he call it? Curious article in that journal. He's curious to talk to you." Raskolnikov looked away. He remembered that article, On Crime, written before he had turned words into deed. It had felt like theory then. Now every sentence sounded to him like a shovel scraping on earth. "How did he look when you said my name?" he asked. Razumikin laughed, like a small man who liked the smell of a big fish. "Don't be foolish. He's an honest official, and I'm coming with you to stand at your back and shout when necessary. Zosimov, too. It will be sport." "Sport," Raskolnikov repeated, and couldn't help the small curve of his mouth. Only Razumikin could talk about a magistrate like a tavern game. They drank tea quickly. Outside, wheels hissed over damp stone. Zosimov joined them in the street, hat low, collar up, as if a draft might ambush his patience. He peered at Raskolnikov's face with a physician's habit of counting breaths without a stethoscope. "Pulse is better," he said. "Mind is worse. Still, go. It will distract you." They set off through lanes that smelled of yeast and river. By the time they reached Porfiry Petrovitch's apartment, 2 rooms over a courtyard, door painted a cheerful green, the grey had thickened. A child below beat a carpet with a stick, as if it had insulted her. The door swung open before Razumikin's second knock. A round little man stood there, short, paunch straining his vest, limp blonde moustache, drooping like tired curtains, eyes that looked friendly and forgot nothing. Come in," he chirped, ushering them like a host, not a hunter. "So you are the celebrated invalid and the writer Rodion Romanovich. And you, Dmitri Prokofitch, are the trumpet who announces him, and the doctor God send you patients who deserve you. Remove your caps, sit. We are not officials here. We are men. Tea." He had the air of a man who had not just expected them but rehearsed the scene. The room itself was neat to the point of cunning. A round table set at just the height that disarmed. A sofa with a sag suggesting comfort. Documents on a side desk, arranged as if by accident. 2 open window panes let in courtyard clatter and the smell of damp rope. On one wall hung a print of Napoleon crossing the Alps. It looked almost like a joke. "I am only passing the morning," Porfiry said, bustling. "And here you pass by to occupy it for me. Excellent." He made them feel as if they had dropped in on an old friend. Only Raskolnikov felt the faint prickle at the base of the skull that warns the animal in a man. Net. "We came about certain pledges," Razumikin began, eager to put the errand between Porfiry and Raskolnikov, like a platter at supper. Rodion had dealings with the murdered pawnbroker, very small ones, and wishes to... Yes. Porfiry nodded, already sympathetic. "I have the inventory. When we finish our tea, we will sign what must be signed." He poured with his head bent. And Raskolnikov, who had learned to listen to pauses, heard the tiniest beat before the magistrate lifted his eyes. "By the way," Porfiry said, as lightly as a man remarking on weather, "I read your piece in the periodical, On Crime. It stuck to my mind like a burr. Such things don't often come out of our university youths. too much smoke and not enough stove. But this, tell me, how did you come by it? Raskolnikov felt the old habit of argument stir, like a snake hearing a flute. He did not want to talk, and very much wanted to win. It was simple, he said, keeping his voice level. I propose that certain men, very few, are born not merely to obey laws, but to make them. When such a man, call him a Napoleon if you like, judges that he must transgress a rule to realize a necessary truth, he not only has the right, but perhaps the obligation to do so. Razumikin bristled. You put it too baldly, Rodion. You wrote of historical necessity, not personal caprice. Extraordinary men answer to the court of the future, you said. And you added clearly that those who imagine themselves great without being so are monsters, not benefactors. Porfiry chuckled. Listen to your friend, Rodion Romanovich. He is your footnote, and a man is made more honest by his footnotes. He turned back, eyes twinkling, voice genial. But let us indulge ourselves. Imagine, purely for sport, a humble student, talented, hungry, proud, who finds himself pressed against the wall by poverty. He writes such an article and, like all authors, cannot resist trying his theory on the world. Would that be wise? A man who tries a theorem on human flesh, Raskolnikov said quietly, is not wise. He is something else. Porfiry's eyes narrowed a hair's breadth there and gone. True, true. And yet, he gestured vaguely toward the print of Napoleon. If such men did not exist, would the world budge? Who cleared the stumps? Who set the road? The first axe was a crime against the forest. Raskolnikov felt the old fever quicken, not the illness, but the idea. He had thought through these spirals alone, and here was a little man with a teapot turning them like a top. Napoleon kept armies, he said. I had a hat and a fever. Razumikin shot him a look. Enough. Porfiry folded his hands on his belly and rocked. Forgive me. I provoke, because I enjoy the spark. Let me be an official for a moment, if I can. Where were you, Rodion Romanovich, on the evening of the murder? Purely a formality, I ask all who pledged. The painters, Nikodim Fomitch's lads, say they had business that night. They heard nothing. Alibi is a polite word. I bandy it like a fan. Raskolnikov felt the room tilt by an inch. He had rehearsed these questions with himself. How to walk innocently through a doorway where a trap lies flush with the floor. I had a fever, he said. I lay in my room. The landlady's cook can say whether I shouted. I was not in the habit of shouting much then. I have improved. Porfiry laughed appreciatively, as if the joke belonged to them both. Excellent, excellent. We investigate, and we will investigate you, and we will investigate my aunt if necessary. It is our vocation to be tedious. He leaned forward conspiratorially. Between us, such accidents, such coincidences. One man's old woman is another man's murder. You know, of course, that we have arrested a house painter, Nikolai. He felt guilty, confessed, then fainted with relief. The poor often confess to the sins of the rich. It gives them meaning. I am not convinced. Are you? Razumikin slapped his knee. You see? He is clever. I told you, Porfiry Petrovitch, this painter's confession is wind, but the whole department bows like reeds before confessions. They love to be relieved of thinking. Thinking is an indulgence, Porfiry sighed. We take it when the budget permits. He turned to Raskolnikov again, gentle, exact. I wonder, do you consider that student in your article your hypothetical man would feel, how shall I put it, the weight of his act? Or would he take his cup of tea after with the same appetite as before? Raskolnikov felt the cup in his hand become heavier. What do you think? I think, Porphyry said, tapping his spoon, that men cannot step over themselves without stepping on themselves. Even Napoleon's limp in private. A silence held, not hostile, but close. In that silence, Raskolnikov had the strangest sensation that this plump little official was the first man, since it had happened, who had seen in him not only the suspect and the sinner, but the scholar who had argued himself into a corner and could not find the latch. "Forgive me," Porphyry said with sudden contrition. "I talk as if we had time for philosophy. Papers, papers. Let us proceed." He fetched the inventory, laid it on the table with its dry, municipal rustle. Rings, a watch, a cigarette case, small pledges, cheap. The sort of things a poor student sells to Winter. They dealt with signatures and stamps. Porphyry's manner remained harmless, even helpful. Yet somehow the business never excluded talk. He asked after Raskolnikov's mother and sister with appropriate warmth, without enthusiasm, and raised his brows, as if only politely interested. When Razumikin blurted that they had broken with Luzhin, yes, good riddance, and would not be reading any more letters specifying proper deference. "Ah," Porphyry said, and his eyes flicked for a heartbeat. "Well, Harmony has many arrangements." At the door he shook their hands with a paternal squeeze. "Do not be strangers. It is a lonely trade, catching men. We start to believe only in bait and teeth. Bring me a bit of human talk now and then. And Rodion Romanovich, your article is a key you made yourself. Be careful which locks you try it on." They walked out into the courtyard light. Razumikin's shoulders fell, as if he had been carrying a sack full of words he had been careful not to drop. "Well," he said, "we acquitted ourselves. He's not a bad fellow. Almost kind. He has two faces," Zosimov said, genuinely impressed. "One smiles, so the other can measure." Raskolnikov did not answer. He felt drained and oddly steadied, the way a man feels after balancing a full bucket across a swaying plank. It had not fallen. That was something. And yet, from somewhere far in him, he felt the old thought creep forward again. Extraordinary man, right to transgress. Napoleon's limping. Porphyry had not trapped him. He had given him back his argument like a mirror. And in it, Raskolnikov had seen not brilliance, but pallor. "Where now?" Razumikin asked. "Home," Raskolnikov said. "Then later I have a visit to pay." Razumikin's eyes softened. "To your mother, your sister." Raskolnikov shook his head. "To a girl who reads the gospel by a window." Razumikin did not pry. He had a gift for leaving a man alone at the exact moment he most needed it. They separated at the corner. Zosimov lumbered back to his calls. Razumikin plunged toward the widow's lodging with a loaf under his arm and a dozen practical plans in his head for the women who had occupied his heart overnight. Raskolnikov turned toward his garret, but his feet moved as if they had learned a new map. They would, later that day, lead him to a narrow courtyard, where a thin yellow curtain stirred in a draught, to a quiet knock, to the room where Sonya Marmeladova lived like a candle. For the moment, he climbed the thin stairs to his own room and sat on his bed. He thought of Porphyry's fingers, plump, nimble, playing with a spoon, and the way the small man's questions had worn a velvet coat and carried a baton. He thought of the print of Napoleon. He thought of painters confessing to borrow a sense of purpose, and the way the poor are always called upon to redeem the rich. On the window pane, a fly knocked itself against a smudge, again and again, as if it mistook its own reflection for an exit. Raskolnikov lifted the sash. The fly found its way into the grey day. He left the window open and put his head in his hands. The city hummed with its indifferent appetite. Somewhere a bell counted the hour. He realized that, for the first time since the deed, he had spoken about crime without hiding behind fever. It had not cleansed him. Yet the words had come back to him like pieces of a tool he had once believed could build a bridge and had used, instead, to pry up a trapdoor. He had wanted to be great and had become small. He had wanted to be free and had forged a chain light. Yes, almost ornamental, but firm. Perhaps that was Porfiry Petrovitch's genius, not to terrify a man into confession, but to lead him to a mirror and keep him company while he looked. Outside, the rain began again, a soft, patient rain that made the stones look darker and the sky lower. He would go to Sonya. He did not know what he wanted from her exactly: absolution, perhaps, or a sentence spoken in a voice that did not judge. He only knew that in her presence, under that steady gaze poor women sometimes have, he felt seen in a way that rebuked and consoled. And Porfiry? Porfiry would continue to take tea in his neat rooms and invite men into conversation. He would set Napoleon on the wall and talk about axe blows and forests, about painters and confessions, about laws and the rare men who break them. He would smile and catch nothing and then, at the moment no one expected, pull the net tight. For now, though, Raskolnikov had the small reprieve of a man not yet summoned. He lay back on his narrow bed and watched the grey light move across the ceiling like thought. When he closed his eyes, he saw not the old woman's room but Porfiry's, the round table, the little magistrate's hands, the way the bell on the shelf ticked away each question. Law is one language, conscience is another. When they speak at once, a man must learn to listen to both or be torn in two. Raskolnikov had chosen one and defied the other, and now both followed him down every corridor. Perhaps, he thought, ultimate punishment is not a sentence but a conversation that does not end. The rain deepened, tapping on the sill. He rose, took his cap, and stepped back into the wet day, toward the room where a thin voice would read of Lazarus, and a murderer would listen, as if for the first time, to the story of someone called back from the dead. Raskolnikov returned to his small, suffocating room, as if drawn by a force he did not control. His head throbbed. His lips were parched. The city outside still bustled with its noise and grime. But within his chamber, there was only the silence of confinement. He sank onto the bed without undressing, staring at the cracked ceiling above. Sleep would not come. Shadows flickered in his mind: the pawnbroker's eyes, the old woman's cry, the thud of the axe. Then, abruptly, another vision seized him. His mother's face, worn and tender, and his sister Dunya's eyes, resolute yet filled with sorrow. On the table lay a letter, unopened. It had arrived earlier that day, and he had avoided it with a kind of dread. Now, with trembling fingers, he tore it open. The familiar handwriting of Pulcheria Alexandrovna, his mother, swam before his eyes. The words cut him like a knife. She spoke with cautious joy of his well-being, of her hopes for his future. But quickly, the letter turned to Dunya. His sister had endured humiliation while working in the household of a wealthy but coarse man, Svidrigailov. Rumors had spread, tongues had wagged, and though Dunya had borne it with dignity, she had been forced to leave. Now she had accepted a marriage proposal from Pyotr Petrovitch Luzhin, a lawyer of some means. The match, his mother wrote, would secure their future. Luzhin had promised to care for them, to protect them, and, most importantly, to provide Raskolnikov with opportunities for advancement. His mother's words overflowed with gratitude toward Luzhin. She described him as respectable, clever, a man who valued independence and would not begrudge their poverty. He insists, she wrote, on marrying a woman without dowry, without fortune. He seeks only Dunya's character. What nobility, what generosity. Raskolnikov's hands shook as he read. His breath came quick, uneven. He saw through it at once. Luzhin's proposal was no act of generosity, it was calculation, cold and precise. A poor girl without protection was pliable, submissive. Dunya would be bound to him, not as an equal, but as a servant in all but name. Raskolnikov crushed the paper in his fist. His mother, blinded by gratitude, could not see the chains hidden beneath Luzhin's fine words. And Dunya, his proud, beautiful sister, was preparing to sacrifice herself. For whom? For him, Raskolnikov, for his future, his career, his life. The thought pierced him with shame. He rose, pacing the narrow room like a caged animal. He muttered aloud, half to himself, half to some invisible judge. So this is what it comes to. She will sell herself into misery, into bondage to save me. And I, a useless wretch, a burden on them both. I am to accept this sacrifice? Never. I will not allow it. His mind surged with fury against Luzhin. The man's smooth speeches, his false respectability. It was a trap. He wanted power over Dunya, to keep her dependent, beholden, grateful. No, cried Raskolnikov, striking the wall with his fist. She shall not marry him. I will forbid it. Yet even as he spoke, another voice whispered within him. Who are you to forbid? What right have you, a penniless student, disgraced, idle, trembling under the weight of your own crime? What life can you give her instead? The room seemed to spin. His temples pounded. He fell onto the bed again, clutching the letter. For a moment he imagined Dunya beside Luzhin, her proud spirit bent under his will, her laughter stifled, her days wasted in silent suffering. The vision was unbearable. Tears, hot and sudden, rose in his eyes. He pressed his face into his hands. When at last he lifted his head, his expression was hard, almost savage. She must not sacrifice herself, he whispered. If she does, it will be the end of us all. Better poverty, better disgrace, better death than this vile bargain. He sat long into the night, staring at the shadows. The letter crumpled beside him. His thoughts were tangled, yet one resolution burned with feverish clarity. He would confront Luzhin. He would expose him. And if necessary, he would tear Dunya from his grasp by force. At dawn, Raskolnikov stumbled from his room, pale and exhausted. The city was already alive, the streets hot and crowded. He walked aimlessly, consumed by rage and despair. Everywhere he looked, he saw faces twisted by greed, ambition, fear. The world itself seemed built upon bargains like the one proposed to his sister. Power purchased with suffering. Happiness bought at the price of another's sacrifice. He clenched his fists until the nails cut into his palms. Yet beneath his anger lay another torment, his own secret, festering, unconfessed. He had shed blood, stolen, hidden. And now, when his sister's honor was at stake, what could he offer? Nothing but weakness, nothing but a heart already blackened by guilt. The irony was cruel. By evening, he returned to his room once more, faint with exhaustion. The letter still lay where he had dropped it. He picked it up, smoothing its creases with trembling hands. His mother's final words rang in his mind. My dear son, we place all our hopes in you. Do not fail us. He let out a bitter laugh that turned quickly into a sob. Fail you? He muttered. I have already failed. Failed myself. Failed you. Failed all. Then, suddenly, he grew still. His eyes, though shadowed, gleamed with a strange, fierce light. No, he said at last. It is not over. I will save her. I will save Dunya, even if it costs me everything. He fell onto the bed, and at last, in the heavy silence, sleep overtook him. The following day found Raskolnikov restless and weak. His mind was a whirl of contradictions, rage against Luzhin, shame at his own helplessness, dread of discovery. He wandered the streets of Petersburg as if seeking escape from himself. The heat lay heavy upon the city. The air stank of horse dung, sweat, and cheap spirits. Drunken voices rose from taverns. Ragged children darted through alleys. Everywhere was misery, grinding and endless. At last, as twilight deepened, Raskolnikov found himself drawn toward a low, smoke-filled tavern. Its door hung crooked on rusted hinges. Inside, the stench of vodka and stale tobacco clung to the air. He had scarcely taken a seat when a familiar voice, weary and broken, sounded beside him. Mr. Student, it is you. Raskolnikov turned. There sat Marmeladov, the civil servant he had met days earlier, his face flushed, his eyes bloodshot. He wore the same tattered uniform, now stained with drink and dust. His hands trembled as he clutched a nearly empty glass. Sit with me, Marmeladov urged, his voice thick with liquor yet oddly eager. It is fate that brings you. You shall hear my story, you must. Raskolnikov, though weary, could not refuse. Something in Marmeladov's fevered desperation compelled him. The man leaned closer, lowering his voice, though his words tumbled out with drunken passion. You know I drink, he began. Ah, but do you know why? It is not for pleasure. No, it is to drown the torment, the shame. I drink because I am weak, because I cannot bear to see the suffering of those I love. He struck the table with his fist, sloshing the cheap vodka. My wife Katerina Ivanovna, proud, noble, once from a good family. Consumption eats at her lungs, yet she keeps the house, though it is no house but a pit of sorrow. And my children, 3 of them, thin as reeds, starving more often than not, and my daughter Sonya. Here his voice broke. He covered his face with his hands. Sonya, my Sofya Semyonovna. She is but a child, yet she has taken upon herself the burden of us all. Do you know what she has done? Do you? Raskolnikov stared, silent. She has sold herself, Marmeladov whispered hoarsely. Sold herself to save us. She walks the streets at night, a yellow ticket in her pocket, a license for shame, for damnation. And why? Because her father is a worthless drunkard who cannot earn bread, who squanders the last kopeck on vodka. He sobbed aloud, the sound raw and wretched. A few men at nearby tables glanced over, some with pity, some with scorn. Raskolnikov felt a cold weight settle upon him. Marmeladov pressed on, words spilling as if from an open wound. She comes home at dawn, pale and silent, and gives her mother the coins. Here, buy bread for the children, she says. And Katerina Ivanovna, proud as she is, curses her, calls her vile names, strikes her even. Yet she takes the money, for the little ones must eat. And Sonya, she bears it all, without complaint, with a smile even. She kneels, She kisses her mother's hand and whispers, "Forgive me, it is for you." The taverns seemed to hush around them. Even the drunken laughter at the far table faded as Marmeladov's cracked voice filled the smoky air. Last night she came home with only 30 kopecks. She laid it in my hand and said, "Father, it is for you. Drink, if it eases you." She gave me her shame-earned money, and I came here. I spent it on this vile poison. He raised his glass in trembling defiance, then slammed it down, spilling the last drops. Raskolnikov's throat tightened. He wanted to rise, to flee this torrent of misery, yet he could not move. Marmeladov's story bound him, a mirror of human degradation too terrible to look upon, yet impossible to ignore. The man sank forward, burying his head in his arms. "She suffers for me," he moaned, "for me, the most pitiful of men, and I repay her with nothing but disgrace. Who will save her? Who will save any of us?" For a long moment, neither spoke. The tavern noise swelled again. Laughter, curses, the scrape of boots. But for Raskolnikov, it seemed far away. He felt the words burn into his very soul. At last, Marmeladov lifted his head, his eyes wild. "But there is mercy, yes, mercy, even for me. He will wipe away all tears, the scripture says. He will forgive even the drunkard, the sinner, the father who betrayed his child. He will gather us, broken and filthy, into his arms. Do you believe this, young man? Do you?" Raskolnikov could not answer. Marmeladov seized his hand with desperate fervor. "Tell Sonya. Tell her there is forgiveness. Tell her her sacrifice is not in vain. Promise me." Raskolnikov, shaken to the core, whispered hoarsely, "I promise." At that, Marmeladov released him and sank back, exhausted, his chest heaving. Moments later, voices rose outside, shouts and confusion. Then, suddenly, the tavern door burst open. A man stumbled in, gasping. "An accident! On the street, run down by horses!" Raskolnikov sprang to his feet, a strange dread in his heart. He pushed through the gathering crowd into the night air. There, in the dust of the street, lay Marmeladov. Blood streamed from his head. His body was twisted, trampled. A drunken lurch into the road, a carriage's sudden wheel. It had taken but an instant. Katerina Ivanovna appeared, wild-eyed, clutching the children, her cries piercing the night. "Semyon! My God, Semyon!" She knelt beside him, her hands frantic, her breath ragged. Marmeladov stirred faintly. His eyes found Raskolnikov's through the blur of blood and pain. "Sonya, tell Sonya, forgive." His words broke into a cough, and then he was still. Silence fell. Raskolnikov bent, trembling, and placed a few crumpled rubles in Katerina Ivanovna's hands. She stared at him in stunned gratitude, tears streaking her hollow cheeks. He turned away quickly, his heart heavy, his mind reeling. The city lights blurred through his tears. As he stumbled into the darkness, one thought echoed in him, relentless. Sonya, the girl who bore the weight of her family's suffering, the girl whose name Marmeladov had breathed with his last breath. And within Raskolnikov's tormented soul, something stirred a recognition, a foreboding, a bond yet unformed. Night gathered in swirls of dust and lamplight, while a stunned circle formed around the body in the road. Raskolnikov moved first. He pushed through the muttering crowd, knelt, and lifted Marmeladov's head as gently as if it were a child's. Blood warmed his palms. The crushed chest rattled once and fell still. "Help me," he said. His voice sounded not like a command, but like a fact. Hands came, some willing, some curious, some afraid of blood. A cabman was hailed. They wrapped Marmeladov in a torn coat and lifted him into the carriage. Katerina Ivanovna, dishevelled, frantic, clutched her children and climbed in without a word. Raskolnikov paid the driver and climbed up beside him. They jolted through Petersburg's narrow veins, past taverns yawning light and laughter into the street, past silent factories with black windows, past the rivers of shadow that pooled in every alley. The horse's breath smoked in the night. Katerina Ivanovna's voice rose and fell behind him. Prayers, reproaches, endearments all tangled in one raw thread. They reached a crooked courtyard where paint blistered and plaster peeled like old scabs. Up a staircase that groaned at each footfall, down a passage that smelled of cabbage and damp laundry. They bore Marmeladov into a room, barely large enough for a table, a bed, and a hope or two that had long since taken flight. On the bed, careful, careful! Katerina Ivanovna rasped. They laid him there. The mattress sank. The children huddled against the wall, wide-eyed Polenka, the two little boys clinging to her skirt. A stale curtain trembled in the window's draught. On a chair lay a neatly folded child's dress, patched with thread so fine it must have cost tears to make. Katerina Ivanovna dipped a rag in a cracked basin and wiped Marmeladov's face with furious tenderness, scrubbing the blood from his brow as if she could wash the night away, scrub him back into order. "Semyon, my husband, you promised. You promised." The door opened, and in the doorway stood a girl of 18, with a slight, fragile frame. She wore a thin yellow shawl drawn closely around her shoulders, and a simple dress clean to poverty's edge. Her shoes were worn nearly through. Her face was pale and small, the mouth soft and grave, the eyes large, shining, watchful. In the hush, she looked like a candle trembling in a draught. "Sonya," said Katerina Ivanovna, without turning. She wiped her cheek with the back of her hand and pointed at the table. "There's nothing. Polenka, look at your sister. See? She always brings something." "Does she? Well, what have you brought?" "No, wait, help me with him. Oh, God." His head higher, higher so. Sonya moved at once, quiet, sure. She slid a folded cloth beneath Marmeladov's neck, lifted him with careful hands, brushed his hair from his forehead, as if he were asleep and late for work. Raskolnikov stepped back. It was as though the room itself breathed differently when she entered, suffering, tilting toward a kind of order. Marmeladov opened his eyes for the last time. He saw Sonya, and something like peace moved across his wrecked face. His mouth worked. No words came. She bent low, took his hand, and pressed it to her cheek. Then the breath left him. The whole room knew it. Even the draught seemed to stop in the window, as if it bowed. Silence. And then the rough world crowded in. The landlady, Amalia Fyodorovna, stomping through the door with a fist on her hip, and grief already turned to account. "What is this? Blood on the floor. I told you, Katerina Ivanovna. I told you. No more scenes in my rooms. Who pays for this? Who pays?" Neighbours appeared and hovered in the doorway, curiosity thinly varnished with pity. A boy from the next flat peered over a shoulder to stare at the corpse as if at a puppet show. Katerina Ivanovna straightened to her full, fragile height. A colonel's daughter, in rags. "Be quiet," she said, voice like crushed glass. "Don't you dare. This is a nobleman's family in grief." She seized the curtain and tore it down to cover the body. "Polenka, Take the boys to the corner. Sit up straight. Don't let them see your faces like beggars. If your father were alive. She caught herself, the words breaking. If, oh God. Sonya moved between the living and the dead, with silence that felt like prayer. She fetched water, washed the blood from the floor, gave the boys a crust from her pocket. Amalia Fyodorovna muttered about rent and chamber pots. Katerina Ivanovna answered with cold, delicate fury, until even the German widow faltered and hushed. Raskolnikov stood near the door, hands slack at his sides. His mind watched itself. One part, cataloguing details, the threadbare sheets, the smell of iron, the history of the cracked basin. Another part, beating like a trapped bird. He saw Sonya's shawl and thought absurdly of autumn leaves that turn to gold just before they fall. He saw Polenka's staring eyes and felt something like a blade twist under his ribs. Katerina Ivanovna spun toward him suddenly, as if only then remembering this stranger who had carried her husband in from the street. She curtsied with pitiful dignity, the gesture of a ballroom ghost. You, sir, you were kind. Forgive the disorder. This is not, we are not. She gestured vaguely toward her torn sleeve, as if it explained everything and nothing. My husband, and then her face hardened into purpose. The funeral must be arranged at once. A priest, candles, a coffin. Oh, that horrible word. But he must be buried like a Christian. With respect. My father was a colonel. He dined with generals. She stopped and pressed her fist to her mouth, breathing fast. I will pawn my shawl. I will pawn everything. Raskolnikov pulled a chair close and asked softly, how much is needed? She named a sum so small and so impossible that it shamed the city itself. Give me the address of a good priest, he said, and a carpenter you trust. We will see to it. We? Katerina Ivanovna repeated, uncomprehending, but Sonya understood. She looked at him, really looked, and a faint colour rose to her cheeks, not so much from hope as from the sudden pain of it. No, she said quietly, you have done enough. We cannot. Be quiet, Sonya. Katerina Ivanovna snapped, pride flaring. We will repay him. Polenka can recite Pushkin beautifully, did you know? She will entertain at gentlemen's evenings. She will earn. And She coughed, a hard, tearing cough that bent her like a reed. I will scrub floors at the governor's mansion if I must. Raskolnikov found himself on his knees by the bed and did not know how he had gotten there. He reached for the windowsill to steady himself, and with his other hand he slipped a folded roll of rubles onto the worn paint, tucking it behind a chipped saucer. It was most of what he had money his mother had sent in sacrifice, warmed by promises he had not kept, Sonya saw. She did not move toward the money. Instead, she stepped forward and dropped to her knees at his feet, as if her body chose for her. Her hands fluttered up, then fell. Her head bowed until her forehead touched the yellowed floorboards. No, he whispered. Don't. Please, get up. But she stayed a heartbeat longer. A breath. A prayer. When she rose, her eyes shone with tears that did not fall. Thank you, she said, and her voice was almost steady. For everything. He nodded like a guilty man accepting a verdict. Neighbours shuffled and retreated. Amalia Fyodorovna muttered less sharply now. She had seen money in the room and even the grief looked more manageable. Katerina Ivanovna gathered the children and recited orders as if leading a regiment. Polenka, fetch the priest on the Sadovaya. Tell him a colonel's family requires prayers. You two, sit straight. No whimpering. Sonya, Stand by the door. If anyone dares. She coughed again, pressed a handkerchief hard against her lips, and when she pulled it away, there was a small, bright stain on the linen. Raskolnikov made arrangements in a blur, half a conversation with a neighbor about a carpenter who might give them a coffin on credit, a promise to return in the morning, a stiff bow to the landlady that somehow signified both apology and warning. He wrote down an address with a pencil stub and could not later remember whose hand had given him the paper. When he turned to go, Sonya stood in the doorway as Katerina Ivanovna had ordered, but her posture said something different. She was not a guard, she was a threshold. "Will you come tomorrow?" she asked. "Yes," he said. The word came from a place that had been waiting to speak. "For the requiem?" "Yes," he said again. And then, because he could not help himself, "Where do you live?" She told him a lodging at the back of a courtyard off a narrow lane, a place that sounded like a memory of light. "Third floor," she added. "There is a broken step near the top. Be careful." She said it as if she were already looking out for him. He stepped into the corridor. The air felt close, as if it had been breathed too many times. Somewhere below, a baby cried with the peculiar insistence of hunger. What was hunger but time turned into sound? On the stairs, a man brushed past him, peered into the room, and crossed himself quickly. In the courtyard, a stray dog gnawed a bone with the patience of the condemned. The cabman waited with his cap in his hands, not asking for more than he had been paid. Raskolnikov pressed a coin into his palm anyway, and the man said, "God, see it," as if reminding the night that someone was watching. He walked without seeing until the river's smell found him, the cold iron scent and the slow breath of water under bridges. He leaned on a parapet and let the stone hold him up. Below, barges moved like dark thoughts through the current. Across the water, lamps made little wounds in the dark and tried to heal them at once. His mind replayed the room. The torn curtain drawn over a face, the astonishing obedience of children to grief, Katerina Ivanovna's collapsing pride, how it held her together even as it broke her, and Sonya's forehead on the floorboards. The city spoke in its usual voice, wheels, boots, curses, laughter, but he heard only Marmeladov. "She gave me her shame-earned money, and I spent it here. And Sonya, be careful on the broken step." He thought, without wanting to, of a pawnbroker's rooms, of an old woman's eyes, angry and small, of an axe and a door, and a red smear like the mark on Katerina Ivanovna's handkerchief. His body remembered the weight of something invisible and would not let him forget. He had told himself a story about justice and arithmetic. Tonight, he had walked into a room where sacrifice wore a thin yellow shawl and looked at him with living eyes. He pushed away from the parapet and went on. The streets emptied as the hour deepened. In a doorway, a boy slept with his head on a bundle of rags. Raskolnikov put a coin by the boy's hand and walked faster. At his own building, the stairwell breathed mildew. Nastasia, the servant with kind, tired eyes, opened his door before he could knock twice. "You're late again," she said, half scolding, half relieved. "You look like you've been in a fight with a chimney. Sit. I kept soup for you cold now, but soup is soup. What's that on your sleeve? Blood?" "I, Rodion Romanovich." "It's not mine," he said, and the words tasted foreign. "An accident." She watched him a moment, then nodded and brought a bowl. He could not have said what he ate. The bed dragged him downward by the bones. Just before sleep sealed him up, he saw Sonya in the doorway again and heard the soft injunction, not a plea, but a simple request shaped like faith. In the night he dreamed of a horse beaten in the street while a child wept, of a yellow shawl that would not tear, of his mother's hands opening a letter that was not there. He woke once, sweating, and sat listening to the breath of the building as if it were a sick animal he had sworn to tend. Morning came pale and early. The city boiled awake. He lay staring at the ceiling and felt that something had happened to his life in the night, something that could not be dismissed as dream or digestion. It had the weight of a door not yet opened and the shape of a sentence almost spoken. He had given money he could not afford from a heart he did not recognize. He had promised to go back. He would go. And behind that simple fact, the darker fact sat patient. He would have to look at Sonya and at himself in the same mirror. Petersburg had 1,000 mirrors. Most of them lied. This one, he suspected, would not. He rose. The river was silver. Church bells tugged at the air. Somewhere in a poor room, a woman coughed into a bloody handkerchief and stood taller for it. A little girl polished her shoes with spit because there would be a priest and candles. A landlady counted debts with a kinder face than usual because she had been handed mercy along with money. Somewhere, a girl with a yellow shawl smoothed a dress and whispered a prayer without words. Raskolnikov washed at the basin as if the water might reach deeper than skin. It never did. He dried his hands, put on his coat, and stepped into the hall. "Where are you going so early?" Nastasya called. "To a funeral," he said. Then he added, as if surprising himself, "To a truth." He went down the stairs, careful on the broken step he knew was waiting somewhere for who moves through this life without learning where the wood gives way. Outside, the wind lifted the city's sigh. He turned toward the narrow lane Sonya had named and began to walk. There are meetings that change nothing, and there are meetings after which a man can no longer pretend not to know himself. He did not yet know which kind this would be. He only knew the difference had already begun. The morning of Marmeladov's funeral broke grey and listless, as though the city itself wished to keep its eyes closed. Mist clung to the streets, and bells tolled from distant churches with a weary kind of patience. Raskolnikov walked quickly, his coat drawn close, the night's heaviness still clinging to him. He had promised to come, and promises, once spoken, chained him tighter than law. At the lodging house, the courtyard was already crowded with neighbours. Some came out of pity, others from curiosity, and many because death was one of the few spectacles life offered for free. They craned their necks and whispered while Katerina Ivanovna marshalled her children like soldiers. Her face was pale, her eyes too bright, her cough fierce and tearing, but her voice carried like a captain's. "Stand straight. Palenka. Hold your brother's hands, no slouching. We are the family of a colonel. Let no one forget it." The coffin was cheap pine, barely stained, but it gleamed faintly in the weak light. Sonya had fastened a tiny paper cross to the lid. With trembling hands, she wore the same yellow shawl, washed and mended, and her dress was brushed neat, though threadbare. She moved without fuss, silently fetching, steadying, arranging as though she were the axis on which all this grief turned. The priest arrived, incense curling in the stale air. Prayers began. The murmured chant wound through the room, stirring dust and tears alike. Raskolnikov stood at the back, eyes lowered, but he felt every word pierce him as though they were meant for him alone. When the final blessing was given and the coffin lifted, Katerina Ivanovna collapsed into a fit of weeping that shocked even her. She clutched at the air, coughing until red spotted her handkerchief. Sonya guided her gently, firmly, whispering calm. The procession moved out into the streets. Children stared as the coffin passed. Cabmen pulled their caps. The curious trailed behind. At the cemetery, under a sky that refused to clear, Marmeladov was lowered into the earth with brief words and hurried rites. The damp soil thudded softly, and with each sound, Katerina Ivanovna's shoulders shook more violently. But no sooner had the grave been covered than she straightened, lifted her chin, and declared, "There shall be a memorial dinner, as is proper. My husband must be honored." Those around her exchanged glances. She had no money, no food, nothing but desperation. Yet she spoke as though arrangements were already made. Back at the lodging house, a table had indeed been set, or rather, half set, with borrowed cloth and mismatched chairs dragged in from neighbors. A loaf of bread, a jug of weak kvass, a dish of herring, a pot of porridge thin as water. Sonya had sold her last trinket to provide it. Guests arrived, drawn by tradition, by hunger, by the magnetic pull of human misery. Neighbors filled the room, muttering condolences and eyeing the table. The landlady, Amalia Fyodorovna, bustled in, self-important, warning that noise must be kept down. Katerina Ivanovna received them all with frantic dignity, coughing between sentences, forcing the children to recite poems, to sing snatches of verse. "See, they are cultured children, of noble blood. My husband was a man of learning. He read Pushkin aloud. He, Her voice cracked, and she covered it with a cough. The food was served. It vanished quickly. Guests tearing bread, dipping spoons, draining cups. Some praised politely, others only filled their mouths. Sonya ate nothing. She moved quietly, pouring kvass, pressing pieces of bread into her siblings' hands, smiling faintly when they looked up at her. Raskolnikov sat near the wall, watching. The air grew thick with smoke and chatter. Katerina Ivanovna talked faster, her face flushed, her chest rattling. She told stories of her childhood, of balls and music, of uniforms shining under chandeliers. She laughed suddenly, then broke into tears. The neighbors listened with pitying half smiles, glancing at each other as if to say, "She has lost her mind." Raskolnikov's heart twisted. Pride had become her last shield, and it was cracking even as she held it high. Then, as if the night demanded a climax, the landlady rose. She declared loudly that the rent must be settled, that she could not bear the scandal, that the children were noisy and filthy. Her German accent chopped the words into hard fragments. Katerina Ivanovna froze. Then, with a terrible dignity, she stood. "You dare," she whispered. "You dare speak so at my husband's memorial feast. You a tradeswoman? A landlady?" Her voice rose to a shriek. "I will not endure it." "Out!" Chaos followed, neighbors restraining, voices clashing, children crying. Katerina Ivanovna pressed a hand to her chest, coughed violently, and staggered against the wall. Blood stained her lips. Sonya caught her just as she nearly fell. Raskolnikov pushed through the uproar. "Enough!" he thundered, startling them all into silence. His tall figure, his burning eyes, his command, it was as if judgment itself had spoken. He turned to Sonya. "Take her away. She must rest." But Katerina Ivanovna tore herself free. Her fever lit her face with unnatural fire. "Rest? No, I must provide for them, I must. I will take the children into the street. They will sing, they will dance. The whole city shall know what noble children they are." Her voice cracked into another fit of coughing. The neighbors murmured, some frightened, some ashamed. Sonya begged, "Mama, please, lie down, just for tonight." Yet Katerina Ivanovna raved on, fever burning through reason. Her eyes glittered, her movements wild, her laughter breaking into sobs. She was a woman undone, clinging to shreds of pride with bloody hands. Raskolnikov saw the children huddled in a corner, Polenka clutching the boys, staring at her mother with wide, helpless eyes. He felt something sharp twist in his chest, something that was not guilt alone but a deeper, darker recognition, that human beings were not made to endure so much, and yet they did. When at last the room emptied and the neighbors drifted away, murmuring judgments, Sonya remained, her shawl wrapped close, her arms around the children, her gaze fixed on her stepmother with quiet, unwavering love. Raskolnikov left into the cold night. The city loomed, its lamps smudged with mist, its cobbles slick underfoot. He walked as if pursued not by footsteps, but by the sound of a cough, by the sight of a yellow shawl, by the knowledge that suffering had faces and names and hands that touched his own. And for the first time, he felt clearly that his own secret crime was not a solitary thing. It was bound to the cries of children, to the blood on a widow's handkerchief, to the quiet mercy of a girl who sold herself to feed her family. The night air pressed heavy on him, whispering of debts deeper than money, heavier than law. He walked faster, but there was no outrunning it. Evening slid down over Petersburg like a worn shawl, thin, frayed at the edges, letting drafts creep through. The lamps in the courtyards winked into life. From the river came a damp breath and the slow, patient clop of hooves. Raskolnikov walked quickly, as if the streets themselves were trying to detain him. He knew where he was going. He had known all day. Every step was a narrowing corridor. Sonya lived in one of those houses that seemed ashamed of their own staircases. The ascent was dark and steep, boards groaning as though they resented anyone climbing them. Outside her door, he paused and listened. There was breathing within light, attentive, a kind of listening in reverse. He lifted his hand and knocked. "Who is it?" "Me." The latch lifted. Sonya stood there with her shawl drawn close, grey eyes watchful, as though he might be a gust of wind that needed steadying. Behind her, the little room held its small treasure of dignities. A neat table with a white cloth, a candle that had been cared for, and therefore burned with rather more pride than it had any right to, and a thin, much-handled New Testament set in the place of honor. The window pane, cleaned until it remembered what light was, held the last of the sky's pallor. "You've come," she said, and her relief made the words warmer than the room. "I promised." "May I come in?" "You must." He stepped inside. The door closed. For a moment, neither spoke. He stood by the table and looked down at the book, as though its pages were a mirror, and he dreaded what face it would show him. "Were you at the cemetery?" he asked suddenly. "Yes." "And after?" Her mouth tightened. "It was not as we had hoped, but there was bread, and the children ate." He nodded, grateful and ashamed in the same breath. His gaze flicked from the gospel to her hands, which had laid it there, work-worn and fine, with clean nails, careful. The yellow shawl wrapped her like a halo made from ordinariness. "Sit," she said softly. "You look tired." He did not sit. He began to pace, 2 steps, one way, to the other, like a man trying to wear a path into a floor so he could fall through it. Sonya watched him in silence, the way one watches a wounded creature, making no sudden moves. "Sonya," he said at last, stopping so abruptly the candle flame trembled. "Do you remember Lazarus?" Her eyes flickered to the book and back. "Yes, read," he said. "Read it to me." She opened the Gospel with the slow reverence of someone lifting a child. Her finger found the chapter at once. How many times had she leaned over these very lines in the long hours afterward, when the house was quiet and the burden felt like a wall? She began to read. The words, even in her hushed voice, entered the room like steps descending into a tomb. The sisters' cries, the stone, the command that frightened everyone because they had not asked for a miracle, only company. "Lazarus, come forth." When she came to that sentence, silence bloomed thick, round, luminous. They both listened to the silence, as if the impossible were once again crossing a threshold. Raskolnikov closed his eyes. A muscle jumped in his jaw. His hands were cold, and his thoughts hot. He felt the old argument rise up, that suffocating, clever thing that had nearly succeeded in explaining away all reasons for pity. "Great men," it whispered. "Great thoughts." He opened his eyes. Sonya's face bent over the page was simple as an answer. She finished and looked up. "This comforts me," she said with an awkward little smile, almost apologetic, "that someone can go where we cannot, and call by name. Arleva," he swallowed. "Do you think the dead hear?" "I think the living do, when they are dead inside." She leaned forward a little. "Rodion Romanovich, why have you come? Not only to listen." "No," he said. His voice came out dry. "Not only." He sat at last, hard, as though the chair had tugged him down. He set his elbows on the table, pressed his temples with his fingers, and stared at the candle until it split into two. For a moment he thought to begin with an argument, something elaborate, clean, shaped like a proof. But what rose in his chest was not language, but a pressure. He felt a hand on his sleeve, light as if afraid to startle him. "You can tell me," Sonya said. "Whatever it is." He turned and looked at her straight. "Can I?" he whispered. "And you can. You still listen when you hear it." He drew a breath. "You know, people say I am proud. They may be right. I can bear anything alone. I have always thought so." His mouth twisted. "Alone, do you know what that is? It's like being locked in a room where the air gets used up." She said nothing. Her eyes did not leave his face. He was suddenly grateful that she did not argue, did not either excuse him or accuse him. It made the truth sharper. "I did it," he said. "There." Her hands tightened on the edge of the table. "What?" she asked, very quietly, not because she had not understood, but because the door needed to be opened fully. "The old pawnbroker," he said, and the words, once spoken, sounded strangely thin. "Alyona Ivanovna and Lizaveta." Her name broke him for an instant. "I killed them." Sonya made a small sound, not a cry, not a moan, something like both, and put her hand to her mouth. The candle's flame flickered again, as if breath had reached it. For a heartbeat, her body swayed toward him, and then away, like a small boat tugged by two currents. He went on quickly, almost angrily, as if to outrun the horror in her eyes. "You see, I had a theory, an arithmetic. There are lives that, how shall I put it, weigh less. There are men who step over such lives, and history writes their names in gold. I told myself," he laughed sharply, "told myself many things, that I would take her hoarded money and become a benefactor, that some," he bit the word, "some vermin exist only to be cleared away so the useful may breathe, that a man should test himself, find out whether he is a trembling creature or what?" Sonya asked. though she knew, or one who has the right, he whispered, right to transgress, to set his own law. I wrote it down once. I can quote it. He made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob. So I went, and I had an axe. And his voice failed. The room leaned, settled, and Lizaveta came in. She was not meant to be there. She looked at me. She did not even lift her hands. Sonya's own hands slid from the table into her lap and gripped each other until the knuckles whitened. Tears had risen and stood in her eyes without falling, as if they, too, were listening. "Do you hate me?" he asked hoarsely. She shook her head in a quick, frightened motion, the sort one makes when a bee hovers near. "I know." Her voice trembled. "No, I am afraid for you, for your soul, my soul." He looked at her with something like wonder, something like bitterness. "What is that? A word for a thing you hold because you cannot sell it? You can give it away," she said simply. "Or you can save it, but you cannot pretend you have none." He leaned forward, elbows biting the table edge. "Sonya, listen. I have lived, since that night, in a narrow room. I can see every crack in the walls. I can count them. I have spoken to clever men, one in particular who plays with a suspect, as a cat plays with a torn moth. I have told myself that confession is a trick of weak nerves. But when you read..." He broke off and looked toward the gospel. "When you read, it is as though someone was saying my name in a place where I did not know I had ever walked." A faint, fierce color touched her cheek. "Then listen," she said. "Not to me. To what you heard. Go tomorrow, at dawn, to the public square where there are people, and bow down and kiss the earth you have defiled and say aloud, so that all can hear, 'I am a murderer.'" He stared. "You would have me humiliate myself like a clown." "Not a clown," she said, and her voice steadied. "A man, a living man. Bow to the earth it does not mock, and then go at once to the police and confess. It is the only path through. There is no other." He flinched, as if the word itself were a lash. "Prison, Siberia." He stood abruptly and began to pace again. "Hard labor, fleas, sentries. Snow like salt rubbed into your eyes, and all of it for a fault of thought." Sonya rose too. She was small beside him, but did not seem small. "Not for thought," she said gently. "For blood. For two women who had hands and names. There is blood in your mind and on your heart, and it will not be washed with arguments, only with tears and work and time. And forgiveness, whose?" He shot back. She looked at the gospel again. "His," she said softly, "and also your own, and also theirs." She swallowed. "And mine, if that counts." He stared at her. Something moved in his face, anger first, then weariness, and behind both a sort of raw curiosity, as if he had discovered under a floorboard an object he could not identify and could not stop touching. "And you would go on what? Sewing shirts for me behind the prison wall?" The sarcasm rang and then fell flat. "Yes," she said. The word was neither sentimental nor heroic. It was simple, like a recipe. "Yes, I will go with you, wherever. I will wait when they send you to the mines. I will bring you bread and sit outside the barracks when it is permitted, and when it is not, I will still sit and pray. It is what I can do." He closed his eyes. For the first time in months, he experienced not a thought, but a sensation of falling towards something that would hold. The sensation terrified him. He sank back into the chair. The candle gave a long, soft sigh. The wax bent. Let go. You ask a man to throw himself from a roof, promising him wings on the way down. I promise nothing, she said. I only ask that you look where you are about to step. I cannot, he said. Not yet. He lifted his head. Not yet, Sonya. She lowered her gaze, and the tears that had waited in her eyes finally fell. They were quiet tears, as if her eyes believed that noise might break something fragile in him. She moved around the table and, hesitating only an instant, knelt by his chair. She did not touch him. She bent her head so that he could not see her face. The gesture was not submission. It was companionship. He watched her, bewildered. After a moment, he noticed the little cross at her throat, a cheap copper thing worn to a soft shine by years of rubbing. Without raising her head, she reached to her neck and unclasped it. Then she slipped her hand into the pocket of her dress and drew out another cross, carved from cypress wood, plain, somehow grave. This, she whispered, and her voice shook for the first time, was Lizaveta's. He flinched. Why do you have it? She gave it to me, Sonya said, whether with words or in another way. She did not say. Wear it when you go to your suffering. I will wear the other. We will carry each other's burden. He did not extend his hand. He was afraid of the object, as if it might burn him, but she reached and placed it on the table in front of him. The little cross lay there between his fingers and the gospel, as though it had found its proper place. They sat for a long moment in a silence that was not empty. Outside, somewhere down the hall, a door creaked. Footsteps went by, then stopped. A faint cough, quickly stifled. The house listened, but the room did not change. What if, he said at last, and broke off. He forced himself on. What if I am nothing but a coward? Sonya looked up at him then, and a strange, fierce light was in her eyes. Then it is time to be brave, she said. Not with cleverness, with your knees. The line might have sounded foolish in any other mouth. From hers, it made a kind of severe sense. He stood again. The pacing had steadied. He picked up the cypress cross with the tips of his fingers, weighed it as if it were a coin whose value he did not yet recognize, and slipped it into his pocket. He did not put it on. Tomorrow, he said, not meaning it, and meaning it. Perhaps I will pray, she answered simply. He moved to the door and then stopped, looked back. Sonya, thank you. She nodded, the tears gone now, her face calm and pale. Go. Sleep if you can. He opened the door and stepped into the swallowing dark of the corridor. The stair groaned again under his feet, as if relieved to have a burden lifted from it. When his steps faded, Sonya remained kneeling by the chair, hands clasped, head bowed, as if she herself were the hinge upon which his next day would turn. On the other side of the thin wall, in a room that had only hours ago been rented, a man sat quite still in the half-light. His pale eyes were amused. His lips were pursed in the small private smile of a hunter who has discovered a trail without trying. He struck a match and lit a cigar, but when the flame flared, he pinched it out again. Better to be careful, better not to let light leak through the cracks. Leaning forward, he made a small hole a little larger with his fingernail and put his ear close. The wood was warm from her candle. Svidrigailov, because, of course, it was, he exhaled without smoke, and in that quiet breath was a promise of usefulness and a promise of something else that was not useful at all. Down in the street, the lamps went on one by one, like a row of shy eyes opening. Somewhere a violin began to play, thin and reedy, a tune that remembered a dance from long ago. Snow threatened or rain, the air could not decide. The city lay with its face turned to the sky as though waiting to be told, rise or sleep. And in a room that had been made into a place of judgment and a place of mercy at the same time, a woman prayed for a man who had just discovered that his crime was not the end of his story, but its threshold. We speak of punishment as if it comes from the outside, like weather, but sometimes it grows from the inside, like a seed. What Sonya had offered was not an escape from it, but a way to make it bear fruit. The morning after his confession to Sonya, Raskolnikov awoke late. The air in his room was heavy, and though the sun was bright outside, within all seemed dim. His mind was restless, yet strangely hollow, as if something had already been decided, though he could not name what. He rose and dressed slowly. His pockets were empty save for the wooden cross Sonya had given him, which lay like a stone against his chest. He had not put it on. Instead, he carried it with him, feeling its weight through the cloth. The streets bustled with their usual indifferent clamour, carts rattling, vendors crying their wares, children shouting in play. But to him, each sound seemed muffled, unreal. He walked without aim, avoiding familiar faces. He longed for solitude, yet dreaded it. Every turning of the street felt like the corner of a cage. When he reached a tavern near the Haymarket, he stepped inside almost by instinct. The room smelled of smoke, cheap spirits, and wet boots. Men sat slumped over mugs, muttering or laughing too loudly. He ordered nothing, but stood near the door as though waiting for something. And then he saw him, Svidrigailov. The man appeared without haste, sliding through the crowd with his customary half-smile. His pale eyes fastened on Raskolnikov at once. For a moment, Raskolnikov thought of fleeing, but his feet refused. The older man inclined his head, as if greeting an acquaintance at leisure. "Ah, Rodion Romanovich," Svidrigailov murmured, his voice low, amused. "How strange that we meet here. One might almost think Providence enjoys a jest." Raskolnikov stiffened. "Why are you following me?" "Following?" Svidrigailov chuckled. No. Let us call it listening. I happen to have rented a room beside Sonya Marmaladov. A coincidence, perhaps, or perhaps not. Fate has its curiosities." Raskolnikov's blood turned cold. He thought of the thin wall, of the faint cough in the night. You heard." Svidrigailov's smile widened, but his eyes stayed flat. A man cannot help what his ears catch through a board. Voices travel, especially when they carry such confidential weight. Raskolnikov's breath caught. "Then you know." "I know a great deal," the man interrupted softly. "Enough to make myself useful, or dangerous, depending on the bargain." For a long moment they faced each other, the younger man trembling inwardly, the elder composed, almost languid. Svidrigailov's manner was that of one who delights in holding another's fate between two fingers. "What do you want?" Raskolnikov demanded at last. Svidrigailov leaned closer, lowering his voice so only he could hear. "What do I want? Nothing from you yet, but from your sister." "Ah, that is another matter. Such strength, such purity don't frown, my dear boy. I mean no insult, only admiration." Raskolnikov's hand clenched on the back of a chair. "If you so much as peace." "Peace," Svidrigailov cut in smoothly. "I am not reckless, but consider, I now hold your secret. One word from me, and all Petersburg would know of your arithmetic experiment. You might find yourself in prison before nightfall. Unless, of course, we find a way to accommodate one another." His words dripped slowly, each one sinking like poison into Raskolnikov's mind. The younger man swayed under the weight of them. "Why tell me this?" Raskolnikov asked, his voice hoarse. "Because," Svidrigailov replied with a small, mocking bow, "I prefer honesty between gentlemen. Secrets are heavier when carried alone. And besides, I like to see how men choose when the board tilts beneath them." He straightened, tugged his coat into place, and gave a faint, ironic smile. "I shall see you again, Rodion Romanovich. Do not trouble yourself. I have no immediate plan to betray you. Life is dull enough without spoiling its little dramas too quickly." With that, he turned and vanished into the street, leaving Raskolnikov rooted in place, his heart hammering. The day passed in a fog. Raskolnikov could not shake the image of those pale eyes, nor the certainty that he was now ensnared in another man's game. He wandered the city, but everywhere the same thought pursued him. Svidrigailov knows, and Sonya knows. The circle tightens. By evening he returned to his lodging. The room seemed smaller than ever. He threw himself on the bed and pressed his face into his hands. A sound escaped his throat, half sob, half laugh. For even in the grip of fear, he felt something strange. Relief. The burden was no longer his alone. Two people now bore the knowledge with him, but what would come of it? Sonya offered mercy, Svidrigailov, menace. Between the two, his soul hung suspended. As night deepened, he rose and paced the room, whispering to himself, trying to summon courage. At last he stopped, drew the small wooden cross from his pocket, and stared at it. Its plain surface seemed heavier than iron. He pressed it to his lips. "Not yet," he murmured into the silence. "Not yet." And outside, unseen, the city listened, the lamps flickering like watchful eyes, the river carrying secrets beneath its ice, and somewhere, in the dark, a man with pale eyes smiling to himself, waiting for the next move. Morning came bleached and brittle, like paper held too close to a flame. In the Marmeladov rooms, all was racket and breathless industry. Pots clattered. Someone coughed and could not stop. Katerina Ivanovna moved back and forth with a fever's light in her eyes, thin hands commanding, scolding, beseeching, making a kingdom from crumbs, because there must be a kingdom today. "It will be proper," she murmured, adjusting a threadbare cloth with the solemnity of a court steward. "It shall be respectable." Semyon Zakharovich may have been unfortunate, but he was not without dignity. On the table, a loaf too small for its company, a dish of boiled buckwheat, a chipped decanter scarcely wet with spirits. Polenka darted like a swallow, obedient and wide-eyed. The little ones sat straight when told, coughing in chorus. Amalia Ivanovna, the German landlady, hovered in and out with pinched mouth and long-suffering huffs. Sonya had done what she always did, taken upon her narrow shoulders what others could not bear. The black dress was the same, the yellow shawl the same, but the hollows under her eyes had deepened, and her quiet had grown more transparent, as if the walls of her soul were thinned by sorrow and prayer. Raskolnikov came early and stood near the door. The room was too warm. The air smelled of stewing grain, damp wool, and the sweetness of illness. He greeted Sonya with a nod and the smallest attempt at a smile. She returned it and lowered her eyes. In his pocket, the wooden cross pressed its mute question. Guests arrived by twos and threes, their shoes leaving grey water on the boards, their faces arranged into that curious expression. The poor wear, when called to witness a ceremony of respectability, among the poorer still. Nikodym Fomitch put his head in with civil condolences. A clerk from the police station came because it was thought suitable. A neighbour, with hands red from the washtub, drifted to the wall and folded her arms. And then came Luzhin. He entered as if the door opened onto his own drawing room, tall, well brushed, a glove tucked in one hand. The smile he wore had been selected in advance. Raskolnikov felt a chill straighten his back. Razumikin had warned him. The man had the look of someone counting advantages like coins. "Permit me to offer my sympathies," Luzhin said, bowing just so. "A sad day. Still, such occasions elevate the moral sense." If there was irony in the remark, he hid it behind charity. He patted his coat, where a purse no doubt lay, and posted himself by the table with an air of tolerant benevolence. Close behind him, with spectacles gleaming and hair brushed forward like a schoolboy's, came Lebeziatnikov, his sometime roommate and all-purpose proselytizer of new ideas. Katerina Ivanovna took her place like a queen sworn to rule to the last crumb. She thanked each person by name, miscalling those she did not know, and invited them to sit. They did so on chairs that wobbled, stools that creaked, trunks pressed into service as benches. Glasses clinked. The buckwheat made its shy circuit. Conversation rose in layers. Condolence at the top, opinion underneath, envy threading both. Raskolnikov watched Sonya standing behind her stepmother, a thin pillar propping up a facade. He thought of last night of confession given like blood emptied from a wound, of Svidrigailov's pale eyes in a smoky room. The city had a way of circling you with witnesses before you knew you were on a stage. Katerina Ivanovna began a speech, the widow's manifesto, trembling with pride. She told of Semyon Zakharovich, who had once held a post, of officers who had looked him in the eye, of tea poured in samovars as tall as this bottle, of music, of dancing, yes, dancing, and of cruel fate that tripped him, and how she, left stranded, had preserved honor with these her thin hands spread toward the children, towards Sonya, who were good despite everything, especially Sonya, who, though misjudged by the uncharitable, had done what was necessary for the family. A murmur ran around the walls. Some nodded, some avoided Sonya's face. Luzhin lifted his brows in polite amazement. Lebeziatnikov beamed as if a principle had been illustrated. Then Luzhin cleared his throat. "I must say, madam," he began, addressing Katerina Ivanovna, but pitching his voice to be overheard by all. "I admire the effort to preserve decency under misfortune. Moral order is the foundation of society. Charity, however, must be tempered with prudence. There are temptations in a great city, lamentable temptations that ensnare the weaker sex. And while we must pity, we must also—" He paused and smiled at Sonya, as if offering her salvation and a rebuke in the same breath. Lebeziatnikov, sweating with zeal, rushed in. "Yes, yes, but the future demands the emancipation of women, communal kitchens, the abolition of the family as property." "Enough," Katerina Ivanovna said, clapping her hands. "We will not have politics at my table." Semyon Zakharovich detested politics. Her face flushed. 2 bright circles appeared on her cheeks. "Eat. Drink. Remember him kindly." For a moment, the awkwardness dissolved under the clatter of spoons. Then Luzhin, with a ceremonious air, drew a small packet from his pocket. "I took the liberty," he announced, "of inviting Sofya Semyonovna to my rooms yesterday to offer her assistance in a manner both discreet and, shall we say, improving." He smiled at Sonya. I gave her 10 rubles as a beginning. With such funds, if wisely used, one might embark upon a new course. But alas, he sighed, a silence fell. Even the children stopped breathing. Alas, he continued with sad gravity. During that interview, a 100-ruble note vanished from my purse. I had occasion to count it later and found the sum diminished. I was reluctant to speak, but conscience compels. Katerina Ivanovna stood so suddenly her chair tipped, and Polenka caught it. "What do you mean?" she cried, her voice rising to a pitch that scraped the ear. "Sir, what is this insinuation?" "Not insinuation, madam, plain fact." Luzhin's eyes slid to Sonya with feigned reluctance. "I beg, let us clear this up at once. It is possible the note merely mislaid found its way into Sofya Semyonovna's pocket. If she will kindly produce her money, we shall have done with it. I think in un-7 in expenditure of the rue the now 10. Sonya blinked, bewildered. She clutched the edge of the table. I have nothing of yours," she whispered. Raskolnikov's heart lurched. He stepped forward, but Sonya's glance stopped him, a pleading, terrified glance that still asked for the chance to stand. "Please," Luzhin persisted, generous jurisprudence in his tone. "No one will think the worse if this is a misunderstanding. But the money, if you please." Katerina Ivanovna, proud, ruined, burning, turned to Sonya. "Show him," she said hoarsely. "Show him your pockets. We are not thieves. We are not." With shaking fingers, Sonya reached into the pocket of her dress. She brought out a handful of small coins, a folded handkerchief, and before she could stop it, a thick note that unfolded like a white tongue in her palm. 100 rubles. A gasp lifted the room like a wind. Someone cried, "God help us!" Another muttered, "I suspected." Sonya stared at the note as one would at a snake found in one's sleeve. Colour drained from her face. She looked at Luzhin, then at the note, then back, as if begging reality to change its mind. Luzhin let out a sorrowful breath. "Ah," he said softly, "how very unfortunate." Raskolnikov stepped between them. "Did you give her the 10 rubles?" he demanded. Luzhin drew himself up. "Certainly, as I have said." "Then why?" Raskolnikov cut in. "Did you not mention this loss yesterday? Why wait until this moment, until this table, to accuse her?" The room leaned toward his voice. Luzhin's eyes flickered. Calculations flew. "Because," he said, "I hoped charitably that Sofya Semyonovna would return the sum of her own accord. I wished to spare her this humiliation." "Oh, nonsense!" Lebeziatnikov burst out, pink with agitation. "It's nonsense, Mr. Luzhin. Forgive me, madam, but I must speak." He pushed his spectacles up his nose and turned to the room with a schoolmaster's eagerness. "I was at Mr. Luzhin's rooms yesterday when Sofya Semyonovna came. I was there, in the next room. I saw, no, I observed Mr. Luzhin rise as she was leaving, and with his left hand, he is left-handed, slipped something into her pocket as he escorted her to the door. I thought it odd, but presumed it was the 10 rubles he mentioned. When he later said 100 was missing, I put 2 and 2 together. He placed it there. "It is a trick!" Chaos burst. The poor love a scandal the way the hungry love a smell of bread. Voices rose and collided. "Shame!" someone cried. "Swindler!" shouted another. "Ask the landlady she saw. He's framing her." I never trusted his collar too clean by half. Luzhin's face changed colour by degrees, as if the artist painting it could not decide which shade of dignity was most convincing. This is calumny, he protested. This man, this fanatic, misread an innocent gesture. And you, he pointed a trembling finger at Sonya. You have the money in your hand. Sonya had not moved. She stood with the note, lying like a weight on her palm. As if to drop it would be to drop something more than paper. Her eyes lifted to Raskolnikov's face. He saw in them not appeal, not even terror now, but a quiet sadness, as if this too had been part of the price she had already counted. Raskolnikov turned to the room. His voice cut cleanly through the uproar. He invited her to his rooms yesterday under pretense of generosity, he said. He gave her 10 rubles, a fact he parades now as virtue. He then slipped a larger note into her pocket, trusting that today, in front of witnesses, the theft would disgrace her, and through her others he wishes to wound. He did not say whom. He did not need to. Dunya was in every syllable. Lebeziatnikov bobbed in agreement. Yes, yes, exactly as I observed. Katerina Ivanovna's slender body seemed to swell with indignation. Sir, she cried to Luzhin, the bright spots burning in her cheeks. You come to my house, to this house, on a day of mourning, and you cast dirt at an innocent girl who has starved herself to feed my children. You respectable man, is this your charity? The tide turned. Poor people have quick eyes for meanness in a rich coat. Throw him out, someone suggested. Go, go! Amalia Ivanovna fluttered about, wringing hands and muttering German endearments to the air. The children began to cry. Luzhin backed toward the door with a smile that showed more teeth than finesse. I see, he said, that gratitude is not among your virtues. I shall not trouble you further. His gaze flicked to Raskolnikov. Something cold showed itself there. But I warn certain parties. Slander is actionable. Good day. He bowed the bow of a man who would sooner break his spine than his vanity, and was gone. The room exhaled as if a window had been opened. Voices tumbled into 100 directions at once. Some congratulated Sonya. Some blamed themselves for believing. Some remembered errands elsewhere. Lebeziatnikov basked in the glow of his own righteousness, like a student after a recitation. Sonya laid the note on the table, as though to rid herself of a verdict. She did not look at it again. Her lips moved soundlessly. Perhaps it was a prayer. Raskolnikov touched her sleeve. It's over, he said softly. She gave him a look that was half gratitude, half exhaustion. Nothing is over, she whispered. He understood too well. The little triumph of exposing a liar lasted only as long as it took Katerina Ivanovna to catch her breath. Then the frenzy returned in another form. After righteous fury came a queen's quarrel. She turned upon Amalia Ivanovna for some slight. The bread too stale, the room too cold, the hallway too noisy, and began a tirade that grew and gathered until the landlady, who had borne much in silence, snapped in her turn. German flew. Russian replied. Each became a caricature to the other. Guests fled by ones and twos. The table became a battlefield. The children, casualties. Suddenly, Katerina Ivanovna seized their hands. We shall not endure this, she declared. Come, my angels. We will show them how honest folk remember their dead. She swept them out into the street. Raskolnikov and Sonya followed, because there was nothing else to do. The sky had turned a pale iron. The wind carried grit. Katerina Ivanovna pulled the children into the square, arranged them in a row, and told Polenka to sing. The girl obeyed thin voice, sweet and unsteady. When the song faltered, the mother clapped a rhythm and insisted they dance. dance, because once, long ago, at a colonel's, she had danced to the admiration of all a proper mazurka, and she would demonstrate, even now, how it is done. People gathered. Laughter sprang up, some of it cruel, some embarrassed, some merely the laughter of those who cannot bear to see a mirror held up to their own fragility. Katerina Ivanovna spun, coughed, spun again. A bright edge of red appeared on her lips. She wiped it away and smiled too fiercely. "See," she cried, breathless. "We are not beggars. We have been something." Her foot slipped. The smile broke. She clutched her chest, looked at the children as if from far away, and crumpled onto the stones. The crowd swayed, uneasy at once. A woman knelt and lifted Katerina Ivanovna's head. Blood stained the corner of her mouth. Her eyes searched the sky for something she could no longer name. "Sonya!" Raskolnikov said. But she was already there, already gathering the poor ruined body, with hands that knew how to hold the world's grief without complaint. "Home," Sonya whispered. "Help me take her home." They carried her between them, light as a bundle of sticks, hot as a coal. The children walked beside, stunned into quiet. Raskolnikov felt nothing and everything, the city blurring to a wash of doorway and stair. Faces pressed close. The sweet, choking smell of blood and poverty. In the room, the same small room that had tried so hard to be magnificent an hour ago, they laid Katerina Ivanovna on the bed. For a moment, her eyes cleared. She reached for the children, touched each cheek, and said something no one could understand. Then, her hand fell. Silence fell with it. Sonya knelt, head bowed. The children began to cry, as children do when at last they are allowed to understand. Amalia Ivanovna crossed herself and muttered about doctors, about police, about forms. Lebeziatnikov, pale and chastened, stood by the window as if guarding against intrusions from a world he had been eager to reform 10 minutes earlier. Raskolnikov stood very still. He looked from Sonya to the still face on the bed, and something inside him hardened, coiled, arid, shifted. There was a way grief went to ground in this city, and another way it rose up like a quiet, unstoppable spring. He thought of Sonya's cross in his pocket. He thought of Svidrigailov's smile in the tavern. He thought of Porfiry's patient eyes. The room's door creaked. A shadow stood there, hat in hand, as if he had been waiting in the hall for the right moment to be noticed. Pale eyes, polite smile. "Svidrigailov, forgive me," he said softly. "I heard. I came to see if I might be of service." Raskolnikov felt a dark thread tighten from his chest to that smile. Sonya rose slowly, turned and nodded, not to the man, but to the idea of help, however compromised its source. Svidrigailov crossed the threshold, still courteous. "The children," he said, looking at them as if calculating their weights, their needs. "The funeral, we must arrange it properly. If you allow me, I will see to the costs." He spoke without flourish, like a man ordering a carriage. Yet something almost tender passed over his features when Polenka clung to Sonya's skirt. It lasted a heartbeat. Then he was himself again, half jester, half judge. Raskolnikov watched him and understood that the game was not over. It had simply moved to another room. Night pressed against the windows. Somewhere down the corridor, someone laughed, and then hushed, embarrassed. The city went on. It always did. Sonya placed a hand on the bed and closed Katerina Ivanovna's lids with a touch that seemed to bless and surrender at once. Then she looked at Raskolnikov, and in that look he found no accusation, no triumph, only an exhausted mercy that made him want to kneel and confess again and again, until confession itself was not punishment, but the beginning of breath. Outside, a church bell tolled the hour. It sounded less like a measure of time than like a patient reminder. Something had ended. Something else, grim and necessary, was beginning. The following day unfolded in a strange half-light, as though the city itself were caught between storm and stillness. Raskolnikov walked the streets in restless strides, the air heavy on his skin, his thoughts darting and colliding like startled birds. Everywhere he turned, he felt eyes upon him. The marketplace with its shouting vendors seemed a theatre. The narrow lanes echoed too sharply with his steps. The city's facades leaned close, whispering judgment. In every shout, in every clatter of hoof or wheel, he thought he heard a question. Was it you? Was it you? He pushed the thought aside, only to feel it rise again. When he returned to his room, Razumikin was waiting. His friend greeted him with anxious cheer, as though determined to buoy him up by sheer force of optimism. "You look ghastly," Razumikin said, "like a man who hasn't slept for a week. Come eat something, or at least sit." Raskolnikov waved him off, pacing. "I don't need food. I need air. I can't breathe in here." Fortin, Razumikin frowned but said nothing. He had learned that silence sometimes drew more from Raskolnikov than questions. Yet his eyes followed every movement concerned, protective, puzzled. After a long pause, Raskolnikov blurted, "Tell me, do you believe in fate? That some men are marked to do what others dare not, to step over rules because they see further?" Razumikin blinked. "Marked? What are you rambling about now?" But Raskolnikov pressed, his voice low and fevered. "If a man commits a terrible act out of reason, out of principle, even for the greater good, does that condemn him, or does necessity absolve him?" Razumikin stared. "Rodion, you speak like a man arguing with himself more than with me. Whatever theories you've been swallowing, throw them out. This is life, not philosophy. Right and wrong are not games to be measured on a scale." The words struck too near the truth. Raskolnikov turned away sharply, muttering. Later, he found himself once more drawn towards Sonya. Her room, humble and bare, felt like a refuge, though it offered no comfort of luxury. She greeted him gently, with that same quiet endurance that seemed to shine from her even in exhaustion. "Rodion Romanovich," she said softly, "you look ill again. Sit, please. Will you have tea?" He shook his head, then surprised himself by saying, "I've come because I can't stand the silence of my own walls. I thought if I were here, perhaps it would quiet." Sonya looked at him for a long moment, as if reading a confession not yet spoken. Then she lowered her eyes and busied herself with a kettle that had no water in it. Her silence unnerved him more than words. He wanted to cry out, to admit, to beg, to demand. But instead, he asked about the children. Sonya told him simply, Polenka was brave, the younger ones bewildered, Amalia Ivanovna brusque, but not cruel. And Svidrigailov, yes, Svidrigailov had indeed come forward to pay for the funeral. At the mention of that name, Raskolnikov stiffened. He had suspected it, but hearing it confirmed made his skin crawl. "What does he want?" he asked harshly. Sonya hesitated. "He says nothing, only that he wishes to help. Perhaps it is true." "Nothing is true with that man," Raskolnikov snapped. But Sonya only looked at him with a kind of sorrowful patience, as though she knew the world too well to expect it otherwise. The funeral itself passed like a dream. A small gathering trudged behind the coffin. The children huddled close to Sonya, their steps uncertain. Katerina Ivanovna was carried to the earth with a few murmured prayers, more pity than reverence. Raskolnikov felt the weight of the service not as grief for the woman herself, but as a mirror held up to the fragility of all their lives, the thin crust of respectability that cracked under the least pressure, revealing chaos beneath. At the graveside, he saw Svidrigailov, hat in hand, his face unreadable. Their eyes met across the crowd, and in that glance passed both recognition and threat. That evening, restless again, Raskolnikov found himself pulled towards Svidrigailov's lodging. He did not enter, did not even approach too near, but stood across the street watching the light in the man's window. He wondered what schemes turned in that head, what debts of lust or cruelty he meant to collect from Sonya. Svidrigailov had overheard everything that night, the confession, the torment. He knew too much. Was he ally, blackmailer, or something darker? Raskolnikov could not guess. The thought gnawed at him like hunger. He turned away at last and walked the night streets until his feet ached. His thoughts swirled. Porfiry with his patient traps, Luzhin disgraced but not finished, Sonya with her eyes full of mercy, Svidrigailov with his smile like a blade, and behind it all, always, the shadow of the old pawnbroker, the sudden dull thud, the pool of silence afterward. At dawn, Raskolnikov collapsed onto his bed. Dreams came sharp and vivid, the pawnbroker's laugh echoing, the children crying in the street, Sonya's face bending over him with the cross, and somewhere far off, Porfiry's calm voice saying, "We shall talk again, my dear sir." Oh, yes, we shall talk. He woke, gasping, the city already alive outside his window. Another day begun, another day closer to something inevitable, and still the question burned. Was he damned because of what he had done, or because he had not yet truly faced it? The streets outside murmured no answer. Only his own heart, restless and uneven, seemed to know that the reckoning was drawing near. The city woke under a low, leaden sky, and the air smelled of wet plaster and coal smoke. Raskolnikov walked as if the pavements themselves were slipping away under his feet. He had not slept. The night had been a long procession of half-visions. Sonya's eyes, Svidrigailov's smile, the old woman's grating breath. By morning one thought, thin and bright as a needle, held him in its prickling point. Porfiry. He turned toward the magistrate's office almost without deciding. There was a feeling he could not name, equal parts dread and relief that drew him on. On the way he stopped twice, without knowing why, to stare at the flow of carts and faces. It seemed to him the whole city was moving past like a judgment. Porfiry's rooms were the same as before, close, too warm, a green shade pulled half over the window so that the daylight fell in a dubious pool across the desk. A modest clock clicked like a small, tidy conscience. Porfiry himself rose and came forward eagerly, his soft hands outstretched, his round eyes lighting with genuine pleasure. "Ah, at last! Rodion Romanovich, my dear sir," he cried, almost as if he greeted a favourite nephew. "You've saved me the trouble. Sit, sit. You are pale. These Petersburg summers can be stifling in the head." Raskolnikov sat, rigid, felt the chair take him with a sigh. Porfiry, without fuss, poured tea. His movements were gentle, unhurried. This kindness, this homeliness, was the very thing that unnerved. It meant the net did not have to hurry. It was already drawn in close. "You know," Porfiry continued, settling into his chair, "I've been thinking of you, thinking and waiting, A curious business, thought. It is like a moth flutters toward any light, singes itself, and still returns. Raskolnikov said nothing. He watched the magistrate's hands, the plump fingers at rest on the table, the edges of the nails pale as moons. Porfiry smiled as if to reassure him. Don't worry, my dear fellow. We will talk quietly, like friends. No rhetoric, no tricks. You've been ill. Illness plays the devil with a man's ideas, and ideas take liberties when the body is weak, do they not? Raskolnikov felt the blood strike his cheeks. If you've brought me here for a sermon, he said through his teeth, I can leave. Brought you? You came of your own accord. Porfiry's eyes twinkled. Then the twinkle died, and he leaned forward slightly. But no sermons. Only clarity. I owe you that. You see, I have come to a conviction, Rodion Romanovich. There was a silence during which the clock advanced 4 small ticks. A conviction, Porfiry repeated mildly, without material proof. A detective's confession, if you like. I could, of course, arrange a surprise, but I do not want that for you. Raskolnikov's heart stumbled. A surprise? He asked, and hated the dryness in his mouth. Porfiry shrugged. This city is a nest of gossip. Painters talk, porters remember, women whisper in stairwells. There is the little matter of a fainting gentleman behind a door at a certain hour. There is also a foolish fellow, Nikolai, whose conscience is made of tinder, a mere spark, and he offers himself up. He even tried to confess, you know. Porfiry's smile turned wry. We do not take him seriously, but his tragedy is instructive. Raskolnikov could not help himself. Instructive how? How? In this, that crimes do not happen in isolation. They stir the very air, shake out dust from the rafters, wake creatures who would have slept. Even a false confession is a consequence. You see, a deed has a life beyond the deed. He paused. I am not talking law now. I am talking as a man. Raskolnikov sat very still. The air in the room seemed heavier, and yet some thin current moved in it that let him breathe. He found himself thinking absurdly of Sonya's hands on the gospel, of how the pages had whispered when she turned them. Porfiry continued, gentle as before. You are a proud young man. You wrote an article once, yes? About ordinary and extraordinary men. The latter may step over a certain line, if it is for a great idea. I read it with interest. Quite clever, quite dangerous. Raskolnikov's head lifted with a sudden sharpness. You keep dossiers, then on thoughts as well as people. Porfiry nodded, almost merrily. Oh yes, thoughts are the most suspicious characters. They loiter about at odd hours and are continually peering into windows. But forgive me, here is what I truly want to say. I understand your thought. I even pity it. The world is abominable. Who sees that more than I? We tramp through muck all day. Drunks, beatings, children barely clothed, girls on the street at 13. A man is tempted to decree himself a law, to strike through the crust, yes, to do something decisive. The old woman, what was she? A louse, you say? Perhaps. And yet, he stopped, took up his cup, set it down untasted, and yet, after great ideas, he finished softly. Comes a very small room, with a very real door. Behind it, one's own self waits. Raskolnikov laughed harshly. Spare me, he said. The literature of repentance. If you have a warrant, use it. If not, stop playing with thread and needles. R. Isaacs, Porfiry's eyes did not harden. They saddened. Listen to me plainly. I am almost sure, that you are the man, but almost does not bring a case to court. I am not a buffoon. I cannot arrest on intuition. And you are clever enough to know that if I could, I still would not. I do not want you hauled out. I want you to walk. He leaned in, his voice low. Walk where you must. Walk yourself into truth. Raskolnikov did not move. Some warmth, like a slow fever, crept along his bones. It was not relief. It was something older. Porfiry dabbed his forehead with a handkerchief. I will tell you a secret. This very morning, I considered sending for you. I chose instead to wait, because I said to myself, he will come, and you came. Why? Because the soul is not a sewer we can cover with a lid. It leaks, it calls. You heard it. Enough, Raskolnikov said hoarsely. Not quite. Only one more point. You are not alone in this story. There is the girl Sonya. You see, I know, too. Not particulars. Only that she has taken you into her poor little heart. That she prays for you with a fierceness I would be afraid to face in a dark room. She will be your witness, even if no court ever hears her. But there is a court that does. Raskolnikov's hands clenched on his knees, knuckles white. Sonya's name twisted inside him like a key turned in an old lock. Porfiry went on, almost tender. Go to her, and then go where you must. If you come to me yourself, I will make certain you are not paraded like a monster. I will spare you the newspaper crows for a day or two. You are not a hardened criminal. You are a man who has burned himself on his own idea. There, see? I give you my word. Silence filled the room. The clock seemed to withdraw, its ticking softer, as if it had moved behind a curtain. At last Raskolnikov stood. He felt too tall for the air. You are very sure of yourself, he said, and very kindly. Porfiry chuckled. Not without pain. Ah, if only kindness were a method. It is merely a wager. I bet on your humanity. Raskolnikov held his gaze. And if your wager loses, then we will finish the matter by other means. I am, after all, an official. He rose and came around the table. But I do not think it will come to that. Surrender is sometimes the only freedom left. Consider it. He held out his hand. Raskolnikov stared at it, then reached, touched it briefly. The hand was surprisingly warm. As he left, Porfiry added, almost casually, one more thing. Beware of those who smile too much. There is a gentleman about tall, fine clothes, eyes like a rain puddle who smiles. Svidrigailov, Raskolnikov muttered without thinking. Ah, said Porfiry, and nothing more. On the stairs, the smell of varnish and damp pressed in on him. He descended slowly, the banister sticky under his palm. On the second landing, a man stepped from a shadowed doorway and stood squarely in his path. He was an ordinary fellow, clean coat, watchful under eyes, a mouth set in the shape of apology. Raskolnikov did not know him, yet the man's look, curious, almost gentle, stopped him as surely as a hand to the chest. You are Raskolnikov, the man said, half asking. I am. Raskolnikov answered, wary. The man swallowed. I once spoke to you in the street, unkindly. A whisper. Perhaps you remember. Raskolnikov did remember. With a jolt, the night air sharp. The hissed word murderer. The ground lifting under his feet like a ship's plank. I have been looking for you, the man continued in a rush. Not to harm you. To say I am sorry. I am a clerk in the district office. I know how rumors breed like rats. That day I had seen you weeks earlier on the old woman's stairs. I was waiting, too, with a pledge. You passed me close, head down. Later, when I heard the news, well, I thought I had recognized. He spread his hands helplessly. It was wicked. I have been ashamed since. Raskolnikov stared at him, feeling a faintly absurd sensation like laughing at a funeral. The world was suddenly full of apologies. Porfiry would wait. Strangers begged pardon, and still the old woman lay in that room as if the clock never moved a finger after. "You told this to the police?" he asked. The man flushed. "I tried. They brushed me off. Perhaps it is nothing. Only, I wanted to take back the word I spoke. I had no right." An impulse seized Raskolnikov to take the man by the shoulders, to ask him, "Who am I then? A phantom? A theory? A mistake?" Instead, he said, "It was nothing," and stepped past. Outside, the day had brightened. It had not cleared. There was still that dim pressure in the sky, but the streets were busier. Life pushing on, as if the city ran on ignorance like a kind of fuel. Raskolnikov walked at random, turned into alleys, crossed back to larger streets, and found himself, as if guided, in the quarter where Sonya lived. He did not climb the stairs. He stood in the yard, watching the windows. Children were playing in the dust, their quick, thin limbs darting, their laughter small and ragged. A woman shouted from somewhere above, and a kettle lid clattered. It seemed to him that every sound in this yard was older than he was, older than his idea, older than the murder sounds that had continued yesterday, would continue tomorrow, whether he walked into a police office or into the river. He thought of Porfiry's wager, "I bet on your humanity." He let the words sit beside him on the step, like a companion who did not insist. Then, very like a stage direction in some play he had not agreed to act in, Svidrigailov's figure appeared at the gate. The man paused when he saw Raskolnikov, smiled that pale, reflective smile, and tipped his hat with a faint flourish. "Well met," he said, as if remarking on the weather. "I have been trying to decide which path to take. This one seems entertaining." Raskolnikov's throat tightened. "You haunt these streets now. I haunt whatever keeps my mind awake," Svidrigailov answered cheerfully. "And you, dear fellow, are a splendid stimulant. How was our mutual friend? Tactful? Tender? Perhaps a touch theatrical? He has a flair." "You know too much," Raskolnikov said. "Only enough," Svidrigailov returned, still smiling. "Enough to be useful. To you, to your sister, to that angel of self-sacrifice upstairs. Ah, don't bristle. I mean no vulgarity. I admire devotion, even as it bores me. Shall we walk?" They walked because not walking would have meant making a scene. And Raskolnikov had spent his scenes for the day. Svidrigailov's voice dripped on, pleasant, unhurried. "I overhear things," he said. "I've a talent for it. Thin walls, thinner souls. Your Sonya, she is very brave. A woman like that, she'll follow a man even into, well, she read to you, didn't she? The Raising of Lazarus. Lovely piece. I'm partial to miracles." Raskolnikov stopped. "What do you want?" Svidrigailov considered. "Want? That is a childish word. I am past wanting. I am curious. I am also, unlike our righteous brethren, practical. If you are wondering whether I will ruin you, no. I have my own amusements, but I should like a small favor. Your sister agrees to meet me. without chaperones, a conversation only. I assure you, I am a model of propriety when watched. Raskolnikov's hands curled into fists. You will leave her alone. Svidrigailov's eyes glittered. I will do exactly as I please. So will she. We are all free, are we not? Your philosophy dictates as much. Besides, he tilted his head, you have larger chess to play. Porphyry is a soft pillow, but pillows smother. He will arrest you, if you will not arrest yourself. Soon, it would be inconvenient, perhaps, to be hauled away while forbidding your sister to step into a drawing room. The impulse to strike him rose and fell like a fever. Raskolnikov swallowed it like bile. If you harm her, I will not harm her, Svidrigailov said, almost kindly. I have no need. I am fascinated, that is all, and I pay my bills. He glanced upward towards Sonya's windows. I have paid some already. Ask the children. Ask the undertaker. Raskolnikov stared. He could not tell whether the man was a demon who made gifts as traps, or a weary libertine determined to amuse himself by dabbling at charity. Perhaps the distinction did not exist. Svidrigailov resumed his stroll. Well, think of it. As for you, I recommend haste. A confession properly arranged is a sort of theatre. One gets to compose the scene. He looked over his shoulder, smiling. And I am very fond of the theatre. He tipped his hat and was gone, moving down the lane with that lazy, luxurious step that somehow avoided every puddle without looking at them. Raskolnikov stood a long time after, as the yard resumed its place in the day. A child's laugh broke in two and became a cough. Somewhere, a door slammed. The sky did not brighten. He climbed Sonya's stairs at last. When she opened the door, the sight of her slight figure, her tired, steady face, brought a silence over him that felt like the first honest quiet in weeks. He sat without preamble and told her some of it, not all, enough. Porphyry's wager, the man on the stairs, Svidrigailov's insinuations. As he spoke, the rest gathered itself, waited. Sonya listened without interrupting. When he finished, she simply reached for the little wooden cross that had been her last treasure and placed it in his palm again. The gesture, like a sentence understood in two languages. You know, she whispered, you know what you must do. He looked at the cross. It was warm from her skin. Yes, he said. Outside, the city beat its rough, indifferent pulse. In that small room, two people sat and did not move. Between them, on the table, lay the thin piece of wood that weighed as much as a world. The days that followed were thick with tension, as though the very air of Petersburg pressed upon Raskolnikov with a damp, suffocating weight. He walked the streets without aim, stopping at corners as if to catch his breath, his mind circling endlessly around two figures. Porphyry, with his mild but piercing eyes, and Svidrigailov, with that languid smile that seemed to conceal both danger and amusement. Everywhere he turned, Svidrigailov seemed to appear as if the man had become his shadow. In the tea house, at the corner of a street, near Sonya's building, always at ease, always observing, he would greet Raskolnikov with a courteous nod or sly remark, as though they were partners in some game only he knew the rules of. One evening, Raskolnikov finally confronted him near a narrow bridge, the Neva glinting faintly beneath. "Why do you follow me?" he demanded. Svidrigailov smiled faintly, leaning against the rail, cigarette smoke curling upward. "Follow you? My dear fellow, I simply walk where the air is tolerable. If our paths cross, it is destiny. Do you believe in destiny, Rodion Romanovich?" I believe you are meddling in things that do not concern you. On the contrary, Svidrigailov replied smoothly. Everything concerns me, especially when it involves your sister and our sweet Sonya. Raskolnikov's fists tightened. Leave them out of your schemes. Schemes? Svidrigailov lifted an eyebrow. I do nothing but observe. Yet observation is a power, don't you think? For instance, I know you spend hours with Sonya. I know she reads to you. I know Porfiry is waiting for you to break. And I know you. Raskolnikov, you are already breaking. Raskolnikov turned away sharply, but Svidrigailov's voice pursued him. You and I are alike, in a way. We live outside the ordinary laws. You with your theory of extraordinary men, I with my appetite for freedom. The difference is, I embrace it. You, poor fellow, are being strangled by it. Raskolnikov spun on him. And what about you? What chains are you hiding behind that grin? For a moment, the mask slipped. Svidrigailov's eyes flickered with something dark, weary, almost haunted. Then he smiled again, softer now. Chains. Oh yes, I have them. We all do. But mine are more entertaining than most. I gamble with them. You, he tapped Raskolnikov's chest with a gloved finger. You let yours drag you down like millstones, and you will drown unless someone or something forces you to the surface. He turned to leave, but not before adding, I have a proposal for you. Meet me tomorrow. I'll show you something enlightening. The following evening, Svidrigailov led Raskolnikov through twisting streets until they reached a modest house in a poorer quarter of the city. He rapped lightly at the door, and inside, a weak cry could be heard, a child's cry. The room they entered was stifling, the air heavy with sickness. A woman lay on a bed, her body racked with fever. Beside her, 3 thin children huddled in silence. Svidrigailov handed the eldest a packet of money. There, he said simply, for medicine, for bread. Do not waste it. The children's eyes widened. The eldest whispered, Thank you, sir, her voice trembling. Raskolnikov stared, stunned. What is this? Some performance to convince me you are good. Good? Svidrigailov gave a short laugh. No, don't mistake me for a saint. I do this because I can, because it amuses me, because perhaps I pity them, or perhaps I pity myself. Who knows? Virtue and vice are trifles. What matters is whether life is bearable. As they stepped back into the street, Raskolnikov demanded, Why show me this? Because you think yourself alone in your torment. Svidrigailov answered, his voice suddenly cold. You imagine your crime sets you apart. But suffering is everywhere, in every hovel, every dark room. You are not special, my friend. You are merely one among many. Raskolnikov shivered. He thought of Sonya, of her sacrifices, of her unwavering faith, and he thought of Porfiry's words, I bet on your humanity. Svidrigailov lit another cigarette, exhaled. Think about it. You want freedom? There are many paths. I can show you one. His tone was light, almost casual, but beneath it, Raskolnikov sensed something ominous, something final. That night, Raskolnikov could not sleep. He wandered through the empty streets, his thoughts a storm. Svidrigailov's mocking voice, Porfiry's patient gaze, Sonya's trembling prayers. They circled him like phantoms, and for the first time, he realized with a shudder, it was not Porfiry, nor the law, nor even Svidrigailov, who held the true power over him. It was the truth itself, heavy, inescapable, demanding to be spoken, and somewhere in the shadows, he knew Svidrigailov was waiting, with that enigmatic smile, ready to push events toward their fated end. Morning crept over Petersburg like a pale hand, smoothing the wrinkles from a grey sheet. The streets were cold and wet. The sky hung low. The walls sweated damp. Raskolnikov woke as if dragged upward from the bottom of a dark river. For a few moments he didn't know where he was. The ceiling swam into focus. The yellow patch of plaster, the crooked chair, the thin coat on the peg, and the silence. He dressed slowly, like a man putting on armor he no longer believes in. Somewhere in the yard, a dog barked. A woman's voice scolded. A cart rattled past, iron rim on cobble. He ate nothing. Tea cooled in its glass, and he forgot it existed. He was about to go out nowhere, in particular, just out when there came a quiet, unhurried knock. Not a timid tapping. Not a policeman's thud. 4 measured taps, as if their orderer were smiling. Raskolnikov's hand froze on the latch. Then, with a restless shrug, "Come, what may," he opened. Porfiry Petrovitch filled the doorway like an amiable fog. Hat in hand, hair slightly dishevelled, eyes bright and apologetic all at once. He hovered, peering in with that curious mildness of his. "Will you invite me, Rodion Romanovitch?" he asked. "Only for a minute. On my conscience. Just a minute." Raskolnikov stood aside. "Come in." Porfiry tiptoed in as though entering a sick room. He set his hat carefully on the chair, then remembered the chair was broken and shifted it to the table. His gaze swept the quarter's bed, table, books, wall with something like tenderness, like a physician taking a last look at a patient's diminished world. "I come as a private person," he said gently. "Not officially. There are no witnesses, no papers. Don't be frightened. Forming." And the screams barred 2 main explank. "Forming chemistry. I am not frightened." "That is good," Porfiry said. He sat, then rose at once and stood, then sat again, a little performance of indecision he perhaps intended to disarm. It worked, strangely. The room felt less hostile. "Let us speak simply, as man to man. I have something to say, and you have something to hear." Raskolnikov didn't answer. Porfiry folded his hands. For a moment he stared at them, as if consulting them like an oracle, then lifted his eyes. "We will not dance around it. We will not." He smiled faintly. "I know, Rodion Romanovitch." "Know what?" Porfiry tilted his head. "That you killed the pawnbroker woman and her sister." Silence pressed the room down, low and tight. Raskolnikov felt the words enter him like cold needles, quick and precise. He looked at the floor and saw there a scuff, like a small crescent moon, and thought, absurdly, I should wash the floor. When he spoke, his voice was dry. "You have no proof." Porfiry spread his hands. "Proof? Yes and no. Enough for the soul, not yet enough for the law. But the law will catch up. You are clever. You see that." He leaned forward, elbows on knees, his voice becoming almost coaxing. "We will have it soon. Our painter, Nikolai, poor devout fellow, confessed, then recanted. We shook him. He shook himself free. He's innocent. The facts, they began to sort themselves. Footsteps, witnesses, the door, the caretaker's timing, the pledge ticket. There is even a very charming article of yours on crime and men above the law." He smiled again, this time with sadness. "We are men of letters, you and I. Our words cling to us." "Serid Wykinstange," Raskolnikov's breath came slow. It was a theory. Ah, Porphyry said softly. Theories are like razors. The wrong hand nicks an artery. He watched Rodion's face. You are tormented, my friend. I don't say this to triumph. I say it because I have watched you. You have a proud mind and a deep heart. You wanted to test a thought in the crucible of blood. But blood clots. It suffocates. You have been suffocating. Raskolnikov looked up sharply. And what do you want from me? I want you to walk in, of your own will, and say, I did it. To you, to the law, to yourself. I do not care who hates me for this. My colleagues will call me sentimental. But I beg you, surrender. It will be easier. There will be mitigation. He hesitated, as if choosing a smaller word. Mercy. You are not a regular criminal. This was metaphysical, not mercenary. You were not born for baseness. You are not vile. And yet the deed is vile, and it has already taken its payment from you. Don't let it take everything. Raskolnikov's mouth twisted. Mercy? From whom? From God, perhaps. Porphyry said bluntly. Perhaps from no one, but even then, from yourself. Yes, yes, I know yourself is the hardest court. He rose suddenly and began to pace. Small steps, as if keeping time. Listen, if we arrest you before you come, it will be ugly. There will be shouting, chains, humiliation. It will feed that pride in you that prefers to fight through the bars. Don't. Come today, or tomorrow at the latest. Come with me, even now. He stopped. I will not arrest you this minute. There. I have said it. It is against procedure. Let my career suffer. I am not without vanity myself. I would like to save a soul and add that to my record. He smiled. A quick flash that vanished. Think of your mother. Think of your sister. Think of the girl. Sofya Semyonovna, yes. Yes. I know she has taken you on her heart. You cannot be the ruin of two women and call that a theory. Raskolnikov's fingers dug into his palm until pain answered. Sonya's thin hands, his mother's hopeful eyes, Dunya's steady jaw. The images rose, alive as light. He shut his eyes against them. Porphyry's voice softened more. You are not alone, Rodion Romanovich. You have been walking in circles inside yourself long enough. Step out. Even to Siberia, step out. There are fields there. There is sky. There is work. There is forgiveness. He paused. If you do not come in, I will have to act. And soon. Understand me. This is not a threat. It is what will be. I have delayed enough. He took his hat from the table. Well, he said, and the word landed like a sigh. I have talked too much, as usual. Forgive me. Think. I will wait till tomorrow. After that, he shrugged. I am only a wheel in a machine. But today I am a man, and I ask you to be one too. He went to the door, then turned back with a half smile. I am fond of you, you know. Don't make me your enemy. When the door closed, the room seemed to tilt. Raskolnikov sat on the edge of the bed, knees apart, bent forward, face in his hands. He sat till the light dulled and the street sounds turned to evening murmurs. Then he stood and left without his cap, as if called. He walked to Sonya without deciding to. Her staircase, the familiar shabby smell, the way his foot always caught on the second step. These details came back like memories from a previous life. When she opened, she did not speak, only stepped aside, and he came in like a man taking shelter from rain. They sat facing each other in the small room. A little lamp flickered. The gospel lay on the table. corners worn soft. Sonya folded her hands in her lap and waited. She always waited. Her silence had never been an empty thing. At last, he spoke. Porphyry knows. Her lashes fluttered, then stilled. What will you do? He laughed without mirth. He wants me to confess. And you? I don't know, he said. It was the first honest sentence he had spoken in days. I do and I don't. I want to be finished. And I want to keep breathing exactly as I am. This minute. One more minute. And another. And never stop though it's choking me. He stared at the little book. He said, there would be mercy. He tasted the word as if it burned. Go, she whispered. She leaned forward, eyes luminous in the dimness. Go and say it. God will not despise you. I will not. I will go with you to the end. He dropped his head. I am afraid. Of pain? Of meaning, he said. If I confess, it will mean that the world is not as I wanted it, small enough to fit inside my skull. It will mean I am not the man I thought. It will mean I must begin again. Sonya's fingers found his sleeve. Yes, she said simply. Begin again. Something in him trembled. He reached for her hand and froze. For beyond the thin wall there was a faint stir. A chair leg scraped. A breath. Not his. Not hers. He stood, suddenly alert, listening. Sonya's eyes widened. The breath came again. A cautious shift. The sense of a presence holding itself rigid. Raskolnikov, moving on a thread, stepped to the wall and bent, pressed his ear. The plaster was cold. He felt the other ear, on the other side, waiting. He straightened. His voice, when it came, was flat. Who lodges next door? A gentleman, Sonya whispered. Arrived only yesterday. I think it is Mr. Svidrigailov. They looked at each other in a mute gasp. Then Raskolnikov laughed once, softly, and the laugh felt like a match struck in a cellar. Of course, he said. He left her abruptly, before panic could take shape, and fled down the stairs and out into the dusk. He didn't know where he was going until the lighted windows of a cheap restaurant reflected him, and he went in because he didn't want to be alone with the street. He ordered tea and forgot to drink it. He hadn't sat 5 minutes when the chair opposite was drawn out with an unhurried scrape, and Svidrigailov sat down as if he'd been invited. Good evening, Svidrigailov said. His gloved hands rested lightly on the table. His hair was brushed back. There was a faint cologne about him, clean and a little sweet. You left so quickly. I hardly had time to put on my coat. Raskolnikov's mouth was dry. You were there. I was. Rooms are thin as onions in that building. He smiled apologetically. I do hope I've not become a scandalous eavesdropper. I did my best to breathe softly. He tilted his head. You have excellent friends. The girl, admirable. The examining magistrate, remarkably humane. If a man is ever to confess, better with such witnesses than most. Raskolnikov said nothing. Svidrigailov looked around, as if considering the room, then back. Shall we speak openly, Rodion Romanovich? Life is so tiring when we dress it up. The smile faded from his lips, but not his eyes. You and I, you with your axe, I with my past. We are not strangers. We are men who have stepped beyond the pale and discovered nothing. Only a fog, and inside it, ourselves. He leaned in, voice low. Porphyry will arrest you soon. He told you as much, didn't he? He is an honest little spider. He invites you to his web with tea and sympathy. Go, if you wish. It will make a good story. You delight in all this, Raskolnikov hissed. You would be rid of me. You think to profit how? By frightening me into some folly, by meddling with my sister again. If you even speak her name. Ah, Svidrigailov murmured, and for the first time his gaze sharpened, keen as a blade. Avdotia Romanovna, there is a name with teeth. I will speak it shortly because I intend to be honest with you. But first, let us be clear. I am not here to destroy you. I am here because I am bored, perhaps, and because your ruin would be dull if left only to policemen, and because I have something you need. What? Time, Svidrigailov said, and money, and silence. He tapped the table lightly. I could make trouble. I could also make distractions. One can do a great deal in 24 hours. For example, one can rescue a child, or one can ruin a woman, or, he lifted a hand, one can refrain. He smiled a small, weary smile. You see, I am a moralist after all. Raskolnikov felt the world tilt again, the floor slanting under his feet. What do you want? To talk, to make arrangements, to confess my sins perhaps, to settle accounts. He sat back, almost relaxed. I will tell you something, Rodion Romanovich. I am leaving Petersburg soon, but before I go, I would like to see your sister. One last conversation. Then I will trouble her no more. No, you have little choice, Svidrigailov said calmly. I can go to her. I can go to your mother. I can even go to Porfiry and give him a valuable detail about a certain article of clothing. I am only illustrating how loosely we are stitched. He toyed with a spoon. You may accompany me. It will be quite proper. But I wish to speak with Avdotia Romanovna. Tomorrow, say, in the afternoon, at my rooms. I will send the address. Raskolnikov's pulse hammered. He saw Dunya's face as a child. He saw her eyes when she broke off the engagement. He saw her steady hand. If you harm her, if I can harm her, Svidrigailov said evenly, then she is not the woman you think. But I know better. She has a pistol, perhaps. Or if she does not, she has something equivalent in her heart. Courage. I admire courage. I cannot promise. I will not press my case. But I tell you this, I will not force what cannot be taken. I have my vanity too. He rose, suddenly brisk. Good. We understand one another. Sleep tonight, if you can. Tomorrow bring her, or send her, or do not. Events will come either way. He paused, then added more softly, You once wrote about extraordinary men. Let me tell you a secret. There are none. There are only men too proud to admit they are ordinary, and so they suffer more than most. Good evening. He was gone, coat flaring like a curtain. Raskolnikov sat very still, the tea cooling between his hands. The room hummed, the lamp hissed, the waiter coughed, the city breathed. In his mind, two paths diverged and crossed and rejoined. Sonya's path, Porfiry's path, and now a third, dark and glittering, Svidrigailov's. He rose at last and walked out into the street. The night had come down, damp and soft, wrapping the buildings in its shawl. He stood on the steps, looking up at the sky's low belly. Somewhere a church bell began to toll, and the familiar ache in him rose like a tide. He turned toward home and then, without meaning to, toward Dunya. He must speak to her before Svidrigailov did. He must warn, must arm her against what? Against a man who smiled and gave money to sick children and proposed ruin as if offering a slice of cake. He walked faster. The stones clicked under his heels. Above him, windows blinked, like eyes opening and closing in dreams. Tomorrow, Porfiry would wait. Tomorrow, Svidrigailov would beckon. Tomorrow, Sonya would pray. Tonight, the city held its breath. And so did he. The night had hardly loosened its grip on the city when Raskolnikov found himself pacing along the embankment, restless as a hunted animal. Sleep had deserted him entirely. Every time his eyes closed, he felt Porfiry's calm gaze, Sonya's trembling whisper, or Svidrigailov's sly half-smile staring back at him. The streets stretched long and black, lit only by faint lamps glowing like dull embers in the mist. He walked without aim, yet his feet carried him toward a fate already set in motion. Svidrigailov. The name alone filled him with a peculiar unease. Not only disgust, not only hatred, but something darker, as if this man had crawled into his life not by accident but by necessity, as though they were bound by invisible wires. Raskolnikov could not shake the sense that Svidrigailov knew him too well, as if they shared some terrible secret that went deeper than words. At last, he turned toward the address that had been whispered to him. A narrow lane, damp walls leaning over the cobblestones, doors scarred by years of use. He stopped before a building whose windows glowed faintly. The place smelled of wine and stale tobacco. He climbed the crooked staircase, each step creaking like a conspirator. Svidrigailov himself opened the door before Raskolnikov had knocked twice. He stood there, dressed as though for a casual evening, coat unbuttoned, vest slightly disordered, hair brushed back from his high brow. His eyes glimmered with their usual blend of weariness and mischief. "Ah, my young philosopher," he said lightly, stepping aside. "Come in. It's damp out. Petersburg air is never merciful." The room was spacious compared to Sonya's, but crowded with furniture, as if each piece had been dragged here from a different house. A divan sagged in the corner, chairs with mismatched arms leaned toward the table, and heavy curtains hung like theatrical drapery. On the table stood a bottle of wine, already opened, and 2 glasses. "You expected me?" Raskolnikov asked curtly. Svidrigailov shrugged, pouring wine with a graceful hand. "One always expects what one has arranged, my dear fellow. Sit, drink. You look like a man carrying both the gallows and the rope in his pocket." Raskolnikov did not sit. "Why am I here? What game are you playing?" "Game? Oh no, I am long past games. Life itself is amusement enough, though not always a cheerful one." He raised his glass. "To our health, or whatever is left of it." They drank in silence. Outside, rain began tapping at the shutters like impatient fingers. Svidrigailov set his glass down and leaned back. "You don't trust me. Quite right too. I wouldn't trust myself either. Yet I've a curious impulse tonight, to be honest. Perhaps because I am leaving Petersburg soon. A man should clear his conscience before departure, don't you think?" Raskolnikov's eyes narrowed. "What do you mean by leaving?" "Simply that I'm tired of this city. Too damp, too grey, too full of memories." He spoke carelessly, but his gaze remained sharp. "Before I go, however, I wish to see you and your sister." Raskolnikov stiffened. "Leave her out of this." Svidrigailov smiled faintly. "I admire her, Rodion Romanovich. In a world full of masks, she has a face carved from truth. Do you know how rare that is? I had thought once that she might be persuaded to share my life. I even imagined rescuing her from her sacrifices. But she is too strong, and I am too weak. Still, a man may dream, may he not?" "You will not go near her," Raskolnikov said, voice low with fury. "Perhaps," Svidrigailov said, "or perhaps she will come to me of her own will. Women are unpredictable creatures. But let us leave that. We have heavier matters. He leaned forward, lowering his voice. You killed the pawnbroker. And the sister. Don't trouble to deny it. Raskolnikov's heart lurched. Though the words no longer carried the same terror, they were almost expected. He clenched his fists. And if I did, then you are not as unlike me as you think. Svidrigailov's eyes glittered. I, too, have committed acts. Not with an axe, perhaps, but with subtler instruments. I have destroyed, deceived, corrupted. Lives have ended in shadow because of me. Oh, I smile. I joke. I hand a coin to a beggar child, but behind it lies rot. Do you see, Rodion Romanovich? We are kin. You and I. Not brothers in virtue, but in sin. Raskolnikov shook his head violently. No. I had a theory. An idea. Yes. Yes. The extraordinary man. The right to transgress. Napoleon with his cannons. I have read enough to understand. But do you know what is worse than a murderer with a theory? A murderer without one. He laughed softly. And that is me. I have no theory. I act because I can. That is my abyss. Yours, at least, had words to cover it. For a moment, silence spread, thick and suffocating. Rain lashed harder against the panes. Svidrigailov's expression shifted, became strangely gentle. I listened to you and the girl, Sonya, yes? She loves you, more than her own salvation. Such creatures are angels in rags. Hold fast to her, Rodion Romanovich. Without her, you will drown. Raskolnikov's throat tightened. He said nothing. Svidrigailov rose suddenly, restless. He paced to the window, pulled the curtain aside, stared into the dark street. I will not see many more dawns here. I feel it. Something in me is already finished. But before I go, I want to settle what remains unsettled. He turned back, eyes burning. Tell your sister I will not trouble her again. I give you my word. Raskolnikov started. Why the change? Svidrigailov gave a thin smile. Because I've seen her courage. She is beyond me. A man should know when to bow. Besides, he hesitated, almost imperceptibly. I have another destination in mind, one where neither she nor you can follow. The words hung heavy, and for the first time Raskolnikov glimpsed not the seducer, not the cynic, but a man staring into his own grave. Svidrigailov filled their glasses again, though he did not drink. Let us part on this note, Rodion Romanovich. You will go your way, perhaps to confession, perhaps to chains. I will go mine. Different roads, same darkness. Raskolnikov rose abruptly. I want nothing more to do with you. Ah, Svidrigailov said with a sad chuckle. But we do not always choose our companions. Fate does that for us. Still, go. Think of Sonya. Think of Porfiry's words. The sooner you accept, the sooner you breathe. Raskolnikov strode to the door. His hand trembled on the latch. He glanced back once. Svidrigailov stood motionless, a tall shadow against the window, rain streaking the glass behind him. He seemed already half vanished, like a ghost rehearsing its own departure. Outside, the air was heavy, the streets almost empty. Raskolnikov walked fast, as though fleeing something unseen. The conversation clung to him like damp clothes. He could not tell if Svidrigailov was his ally, his enemy, or his mirror, perhaps all three. As he neared his lodging, he lifted his face to the rain. The city wept quietly, as if it knew what awaited them both. And somewhere, in the dripping dark, Svidrigailov made his own silent preparations. Toward evening, the city shed its thin skin of rain and put on a grey, watchful stillness. Petersburg had that way of pausing before calamity, like a room where everyone has stopped talking because a door has opened and someone unexpected is standing there. A note had come to Dunya spare, almost formal, from Svidrigailov. He wrote that he possessed information vital to her brother and begged an interview, for an hour only, in a decent house on a quiet street. He added, almost as a courtesy, that he would see her alone. Dunya did not tell her mother. She did not tell Razumikin either, though he had lately become the one person besides her brother whose presence steadied her breathing. She took the small revolver he had insisted she carry after a certain dinner at Luzhin's, slipped it into her pocket, and walked out into the evening. She went quickly, as if to outrun fear. Svidrigailov's lodging was deceptively respectable. Bright stair, polished banister, a clock ticking with propriety in the hall. He met her at the door with a bow that would not have seemed out of place at a country ball. His face was the face of a man who had slept little, shaved carefully, and dressed in a hurry. "Avdotia Romanovna," he said, his voice pleasant, almost mild. "You honor me. Please come in." The room was large, windowed, too warm. On a side table stood a lamp, its shade casting honeyed light that softened everything. It touched chairs, a chaise, a small painting of a ship at sea. There were flowers, incongruous in such air. Dunya noticed the key turn in the lock almost before the latch had settled back into place. She faced him at once. "You wrote of my brother, and I meant it. Sit, I beg you. You shall hear everything." "I will stand," she said, "as you wish." He took a chair himself, leaning in his careless fashion, one ankle over a knee. "Your brother is in danger. He is hunted by an idea on one side and a very patient man on the other. The idea is his own. The patient man wears a uniform when he remembers to. Both will have him, unless a better thing takes him first." A flicker crossed her face. "What do you mean, confession, my dear lady?" Svidrigailov murmured. "It is the only cure that has ever really worked for certain illnesses of the mind." She was very still. "What do you know?" "What I know is not as important as what your brother knows and what you suspect. I will say this. He is not mad, not in the medical sense. He is merely a man who had too much pride, too much hunger, and no God to answer him. That is all." "Enough," Dunya said, fighting for air. "Tell me plainly, is he guilty of what they whisper?" Svidrigailov's eyes moved to the flowers and back. "Yes." She stopped being the woman in the room and became a very young girl. Suddenly pale, her hands went to the back of a chair. She did not sit. After a moment she seemed to recall that she was Dunya again, that she was the one person who must not break. "And you," she said, voice low, cold. "Why do you tell me this?" "Because you asked, and because I wanted you to come," he said. He rose slowly, and when he spoke again the lightness fell away. "Avdotia Romanovna, may I be shameless once in a single life? I have tried, I have tried not to say this. It has stood at the door like a beggar, and I have fed it through the keyhole. I am done with that. I love you." He took a step. She stood her ground. He held up his hands in a gesture almost priestly. "Don't be afraid, or do be. Fear is often the honest part of us. I will not insult you with rationalizations, nor with talk of rescue and redemption. You owe me nothing, but let me say it. I love you as a man too old for illusions and too wicked for prayers. may love once before he is put out in the corridor for good." She said nothing. "Do you remember," he went on, "the day in your mother's rooms when Razumikin put himself between us like a wall? I envied him. I envied his sturdy innocence, his decent foolishness. It is a luxury I cannot purchase. Know this, I would have taken you from Luzhin's. Yes, but not to a cage. I would have given you anything." "Anything," Dunya repeated. "Except honor." He flinched, but only with his eyes. "Honor has more than one grammar," he said, "and I am learning none of them." He came another pace, abruptly serious. "Marry me, quietly. Leave this city where every stone mutters your brother's name. I have estate's money. I will sign what you wish. Say the word, and your mother shall not know a day of want. Even he, your precious Rodion, shall be saved by your saying yes." "Saved by a lie?" Her voice cut. "You think you can buy my brother's soul by buying me?" He was suddenly very pale. "I think I can save him from prison. Sonya will save him from hell. Between us we would do well." She put a hand into her pocket and withdrew the revolver. Svidrigaïlov's breath caught. Then, astonishingly, he smiled, not cynically, not in mockery, but with an admiration that looked almost paternal. "Ah," he whispered, "Razumikin's old toy. Of course, the key," she said, steadying the pistol with both hands. "Put it on the table. Will you shoot me if I don't?" Yes. For a heartbeat, they looked like two actors written by different playwrights, each holding to a script the other could not see. Then Svidrigaïlov reached into his pocket and set a small brass key on the table's edge. He did not move away from it. Dunya's eyes did not leave his face. "Walk to the far wall." He obliged 2 steps, 3. Then, swift as a thought he might later regret, he stopped and half turned. "Dunya," the pistol roared. Smoke bloomed. The window shuddered. The bullet struck the doorframe and lodged there with a whine. He did not flinch. "Again," she said, voice shaking now with shock and fury. "I will not miss." "I know you won't," he answered quietly. "And still wait," she fired. This time the ball kissed his temple, tearing skin. He staggered. His hand went to the wound, and when it came away there was blood in the lamplight. He looked at his stained fingers as if seeing a secret finally confirmed. "Enough," he said. And with that word, whatever could have broken inside him, broke. He straightened, oddly calm, as a man who has heard the verdict of a just court and recognized his own signature on it. He took the key from the table, walked to the door, turned it, and opened the way. "Go," he said, standing aside. "Not because of your gun, because of your no. The head understands before the heart. It is better so. You will never love me. I believe you. There is something in that belief that feels cleaner." She moved past him, the revolver still in her hand, breath ragged. He did not reach for her, did not brush her sleeve. As she crossed the threshold, he spoke once more, almost formally. "Tell your brother," he said, "that I have done him one good thing. I shall do him one more." Then he shut the door gently and stood looking at it as if it were a gravestone he had ordered for himself. Night took the city whole. A damp breeze wandered the courtyards, and the lamps in the taverns looked like small yellow wounds stitched into the dark. Svidrigaïlov wrapped a scarf around his hat, pressed a handkerchief to the cut at his temple, and went out. He moved like a man on errands. The first led him to Sonya's. She opened at his knock with a timid, steady composure he found both absurd and admirable. She took in the blood, the pallor, the feral brightness in his eyes, and did not step back. "Don't be afraid," he said, almost tender. "I come for business." He set a small packet on her table, notes folded neatly, tied with string. 3,000 rubles. "There is also a note to a widow I know, respectable, childless, who has agreed, for a yearly sum, to take the youngest Marmeladov children into her house and treat them as her own. The sum is provided in this envelope, with names and signatures where needed. I have also paid your rent for the year. If you doubt me, you may ask the landlady tomorrow. She is an honest termagant." Sonya stared, lips parted. "Sir Mr. Svidrigailov, I don't understand." "You will," he said. "Your way runs after one man now. He will need you. The rest I take the liberty of arranging. You may hate me. Do not refuse the money. It's the one decent thing I can wring from a very indecent purse." Tears rose, trembled. She caught them with her fingers, as if ashamed. "Oh, don't!" he murmured impatiently, almost angrily. "Don't do that. There are many good things I cannot bear to see. Tears are among them." He turned to go, then paused at the door. "He will come to you," he said without looking back. "When the floor gives way under him, you will be the plank. Be ready." The hallway swallowed him. His steps went down the stairs and into the street. His second errand took him to a 2-room lodging near the Haymarket, where a drunken tailor had been parading a child 12, perhaps before friends the night before, laughing at her clumsy curtsy and her frightened eyes. Svidrigailov had made a note in his mind, like men make notes in ledgers to be settled. He settled it now. A wad of notes for the mother, a fist and a cold threat for the tailor, an abrupt arrangement with a relative in the countryside who kept geese and needed help. The child did not thank him. She stood by the stove with a blank, suspicious stare, as though kindness were just another trick she had not yet learned to dodge. For a moment, something in that flat gaze buckled him at the knees. He left quickly. From there, he drifted tavern to tavern, though he drank little. He bought a meal for a soldier whose sleeve was pinned where an arm should have been. He played 2 games of cards and won both, laughed once, and startled himself with the sound. Twice he thought he saw Marfa Petrovna, his dead wife, slip into a doorway as he passed, or sit down across the room where no one else could see her. He nodded to her gravely, as one nods to a creditor one is finally ready to face. On the edge of morning, the air turned colder, a thin, pale wash coming over the damp roofs. He found himself drawn to a building where the night watchmen warmed their hands, and beyond it a wooden paling, and beyond that the black water of the canal climbing toward dawn. He stopped under an awning and listened to the river breathing. A watchman glanced up from his bench. "You're early," he said, not unkindly. He had a cap tugged low and a scarf tucked twice under his chin. "I am punctual," Svidrigailov said. His voice sounded almost cheerful. "Tell me, my good man, if someone wished to travel, would he need a permit?" "To travel?" Suspicion twitched the man's eyebrows. Then he shrugged. "Depends where. Army. By rail. By coach. There are papers for everything." "America," Svidrigailov said softly. "Do you think a man could go to America without papers?" The watchman grinned. "A rich one could go anywhere." Svidrigailov flipped him a coin. "Buy yourself something hot." He stepped out from the awning. The pale seam of morning had split the sky above the factory roofs, and the water below wore it like a bruise beginning to heal. He looked up into the thin light and closed his eyes a moment, as if tasting it. "It's raining again," he observed to no one. The drizzle had returned, delicate as a veil. For an instant, He heard Sonya's little room, felt Dunya's no like a seal pressed hot against his heart, saw a child by a stove, measuring him and finding him wanting, saw Marfa Petrovna, grave and inexorable as the law. He drew the pistol from his pocket, cocked it with a motion that was almost elegant, set it carefully at his temple where the skin was scabbed and tender from Dunya's bullet, and said in a perfectly conversational tone, "To America." The report cracked the damp morning. A gull started from a ledge and went crying over the water. The watchman shouted, stumbled forward, then stopped short, hat in his hands, as if someone had just asked him a question to which there were too many answers. By noon, the city had learned it in the way cities do, first as rumor, then as something like fact. Svidrigailov has shot himself by the canal. Some nodded as if fate had simply been on time. Some crossed themselves. A few smiled quietly, and one of those smiles carried more grief than tears. When Raskolnikov heard, something dark inside him, something that had been walking the same streets he walked, ceased to keep pace and fell away. He sat a long while with his face in his hands, thinking not of death but of Dunya's unerring aim, of Sonya's thin fingers, of the word confession moving closer now not as an enemy but as a threshold. Night would come again, as it always did. But a different morning had already begun, and in that morning there would be a door he would have to open with his own hand, without a key pressed into it by another man's pity or despair. He rose and went out in search of Sonya. The city had already grown heavy with midsummer heat. The Neva glistened like molten glass beneath the sun, and dust clung to every street. Yet for Raskolnikov, the weight pressing on his chest did not come from heat or dust. It came from the slow tightening of a fate he could no longer delay. Svidrigailov was dead. A pistol shot by the canal had ended him, and with it the last shadow of possibility that someone else might intervene, that perhaps another hand would bear away the terrible burden. The news had spread quickly, whispered in taverns and markets, stamped in every gossiping mouth. And when it reached Raskolnikov, he had stood silent for a long time, staring at nothing, as if a cord that had bound him to another dark soul had been cut and he alone was left. That day he walked like a man drifting between shores, neither on land nor water. He thought of Dunya, of her courage, of her refusal, of the revolver smoking in her hand. He thought of Sonya, thin and pale, her eyes the only lamp left to him. He thought of his mother's trembling letters, of Razumikin's steadfast kindness, of the police inspector Porfiry, patient as a hunter, who has set the snare and knows the creature will step into it when it is too weary to run. By evening he was at Sonya's lodging. She opened the door to him without surprise, as if she had been waiting the whole day for the knock. Her room was poor, the wallpaper peeling, the furniture scant, yet to Raskolnikov it was the only space in Petersburg where the air did not suffocate. He sat heavily, his face pale and drawn. For a long while neither spoke. The sound of children playing in the courtyard drifted faintly through the window, a shrill contrast to the silence between them. At last he said, "Svidrigailov is gone." Sonya bowed her head. She had already known. "Do you understand what that means?" Raskolnikov went on. "There is nothing left. No escape, no bargaining, no diversion. It is me. Always me." She reached her hand across the table. Her fingers barely brushed his. "Rodion Romanovich, you know what you must do." He laughed, a dry and broken laugh. "Confess. Walk into their den like a lamb and beg them to chain me? That is what you call salvation?" Her eyes, so clear despite their weariness, did not flinch. Not salvation of the body, salvation of the soul. He covered his face with both hands. I thought, I believed, I was different, chosen, a man permitted by reason to cross the line. They, the old woman, the pawnbroker, they were nothing, vermin. And yet here I am, drowning. If I were extraordinary, would I feel this weight? Would I not rise above it? Extraordinary, Sonya said softly. What is extraordinary in killing? Any man with a knife can kill. But to repent to humble oneself, that is harder than any murder. That is extraordinary. Her words struck him like blows. He lifted his head slowly, and in his gaze was both terror and the faintest glimmer of release. Come with me, she whispered. When you confess, I will be beside you. I will not leave you, not even in Siberia. I will come. We will carry the cross together. The silence after her promise was profound, as though the very air had bent to listen. He trembled, for the first time not in pride or in rage, but in the fragile awe of love. That night he left her room with the taste of her words in his heart. He did not go to the taverns, nor to his mother's, nor to Raskolnikov. He walked the streets until dawn, circling the police bureau again and again, yet never entering. His steps wore a path across the square, and the sentry at the corner watched him with a puzzled glance. The next day passed the same. He would rise, wander toward the bureau, then turn away. Twice he went as far as the door, his hand lifting to the handle, then falling again. Fear still clung, fear of chains, of judgment, of being ordinary after all. Yet Sonya's eyes haunted him, her voice repeating, I will not leave you. On the third morning he went to the Haymarket, where merchants shouted and carts rumbled and beggars tugged at sleeves. The noise, the press, the stink, it all roared around him like the confusion of his own soul. He stood still in the middle of it, suddenly seized by a clarity he had never known before. He remembered a dream he had once, of a plague that came upon the world, driving men mad with the certainty of their own truth, until they tore one another apart. He realized he had carried that plague inside him. He had thought himself above men, but he had been nothing but another fevered sufferer, gnawing at the world. He turned then and walked slowly, steadily toward the police bureau. His legs felt leaden, but they did not stop. At the steps he paused, the sky vast and pitiless above. His lips moved in a whisper. Sonya. Inside, the clerk looked up, startled. Raskolnikov's face was white as paper, his eyes dark hollows. For a moment he swayed, then crossed himself awkwardly, clumsily, as if he had forgotten how. I killed the pawnbroker woman and her sister, he said. His voice was low, but it carried through the room like a bell. The clerk leapt to his feet, calling for Porfiry. Doors opened, boots thudded, but Raskolnikov hardly heard. It was done. The words had left him. The burden was no longer his alone. Later, in the cell where they placed him, he sat on the hard bench and closed his eyes. He thought of Sonya, of her thin shoulders, her worn hands. He thought of his mother, who even in her weakness had believed he was good. He thought of Raskolnikov, who would stay with her, who would protect Dunya. For the first time since the murder, he slept without fever, and so it was that the proud mind, which had once dreamed of being above men, bowed itself to the simplest, hardest truth, that life without confession is death, and that only in surrender does the soul begin to breathe again. Autumn had begun its slow descent over Petersburg, casting the city in a light both harsh and mournful. The leaves along the canal turned brittle, and the air carried a damp chill. Yet in the courthouse, all was stifling crowded, heavy with voices and whispers, the scrape of boots, the stern shuffle of papers. Raskolnikov stood in the dock, thinner than before, his hair grown long, his eyes hollow yet strangely calm. He did not tremble. He did not raise his voice. Only his face, pale against the gloom, betrayed the exhaustion of a man who had spent months living two lives. One outside, feigning indifference, and one inside, writhing with the weight of blood. The prosecutor read out the account of his crime, the axe, the pawnbroker's greed, the sister's sudden arrival, the blows that had silenced both women. The room listened with a collective shudder, though the tale had been whispered in every street already. What gripped them now was not the horror of the crime itself, but the presence of the man who had committed it, and who, after months of silence, had finally confessed. Porfiry Petrovitch, seated near the front, watched with his familiar blend of sympathy and cunning. He had known it would come to this, had believed in his own patient strategy, yet even he seemed subdued, as though pity pressed more heavily than triumph. Witnesses came. Neighbors described footsteps, strange movements, the feverish illness afterward. Razumikin testified to his friend's confusion, his despair. Dunya, pale and composed, spoke with a voice both steady and sorrowful, defending her brother's soul, even as she admitted his guilt. And then there was Sonya. She walked forward timidly, her clothes plain, her eyes luminous. When asked to speak, she did not describe the murder. She spoke instead of the nights she had read to him, of the torment she had witnessed, of the moment he had come to her and laid his soul bare. He is guilty, she said simply, but he has suffered more than death already. His punishment began the moment he raised his hand. You may chain him, you may send him to Siberia, but know that God's judgment has already fallen, and it is mercy as well as justice. Her words hushed the hall. Some sneered, others nodded, but all felt the weight of her trembling truth. The judges retired. The wait stretched into hours. Raskolnikov sat motionless, his hands clasped, his lips tight. He did not pray. Yet Sonya, from her place among the crowd, prayed for him ceaselessly, her fingers moving over a worn wooden cross. At last, the sentence was delivered. 8 years of penal servitude in Siberia. A murmur rippled through the hall. Some expected worse, some less. For Raskolnikov, the number itself seemed almost abstract. He only bowed his head slightly, as if acknowledging the world's decision, but his eyes sought Sonya's. She was weeping silently, yet when she saw his gaze, she smiled through her tears. That night, in the small prison cell where he was returned, Razumikin visited. His loyalty had not wavered. He spoke of Dunya, of their plans, of how they would care for his mother. Raskolnikov listened, grateful, though his heart felt far away. Rodion, Razumikin said at last, his voice breaking. Why didn't you trust me sooner? We might have. Raskolnikov lifted his hand faintly. It had to end this way. No man can escape the weight he lays on his own soul. Perhaps there is something beyond it, something Sonya sees. For now, let it be enough that the mask is gone. They clasped hands. Razumikin left with tears in his eyes. Later, Sonya came. The guards allowed her, for all knew she would not harm, only comfort. She knelt by the bars, and Raskolnikov reached out to touch her hand. I will follow, she whispered. Wherever they send you, I will find a way. You will not be alone." For a long moment they simply looked at one another, and in that gaze was something deeper than words, something like the faint dawn after a long, black night. When she left, Raskolnikov lay down on the hard cot. He closed his eyes, not with the restless fever that had tormented him for so long, but with a strange, weary peace. 8 years stretched before him, harsh winters, endless labor, the clang of chains. But in the midst of that vision flickered another, a woman walking beside him through snow, holding out the cross of suffering not as curse, but as promise. And for the first time, the word redemption stirred in his heart, not yet understood, not yet embraced, but present, faint as the first star over the Siberian plain. The journey east was long, harsh, and humbling. Shackled among other convicts, Raskolnikov travelled by cart and river barge through endless forests, across windswept plains, and into a land where winter swallowed everything in silence. The faces around him were hardened by crime and suffering murderers, thieves, deserters, all bound for the same exile. Yet even here, among the broken, he was neither mocked nor shunned. He was strangely respected, as if the fire in his eyes, the weight in his silence, marked him as a man set apart. At each stop, Sonya appeared. She found work in the settlements along the way, sewing, mending, selling what she could. With the little she earned, she bought food and small comforts to share with him. She was not permitted always to speak with him, but from the edge of the crowd, from the far side of the guard's line, he would see her frail, steadfast, unyielding, and each time a tremor passed through his heart. When they reached the Siberian prison camp, life settled into grim routine. Days began before dawn. The convicts were driven to the riverbank or the forest, forced to haul timber, dig earth, break stone. The cold was merciless, the food coarse and meagre. At night, they were herded back into long barracks, heavy with sweat and smoke, the clatter of chains echoing in the dark. At first, Raskolnikov endured without thought, moving like a machine. He obeyed orders, laboured without complaint, and spoke little. His fellow convicts called him proud, aloof, even strange. Yet none dared provoke him. There was something in his bearing, a remnant of his old arrogance, but also a kind of wounded majesty that made them step back. Only Sonya softened him. True to her word, she settled in a village near the camp. Every Sunday, when the convicts were allowed a brief reprieve, she came. Sometimes she brought bread, sometimes books. More often, she brought nothing but herself, her presence, her quiet smile, her unwavering eyes. She became known among the convicts as the Little Mother, for she would listen to their troubles, mend their shirts, pray with them if they asked. Even the roughest grew gentle in her presence. Raskolnikov watched this with mixed feelings. He marvelled at her strength, her goodness, yet felt unworthy of it. Often he turned away, ashamed, for though his crime was confessed, the burden inside him had not lifted. He had admitted his guilt before men, but had not yet bowed before God. Winter passed into spring. The river thawed. Green shoots broke through the snow. One evening, after a day of back-breaking labour, Raskolnikov sat apart from the others by the barracks wall. The sky was vast, fading from crimson to indigo. He thought of his old life, the garret room in Petersburg, the feverish dreams, the proud theories that had led him to the pawnbroker's door. All of it seemed distant, like a nightmare fading with dawn. And then Sonya came quietly and sat beside him. She said nothing, only laid her hand on his. For a long time they remained that way, listening to the river, the calls of distant birds, the murmurs of the camp. Suddenly, without knowing why, Raskolnikov felt his heart break open. A great wave of sorrow, long dammed within him, surged forth. He fell to his knees, pressed his face to the earth, and wept not the proud, stifled tears of before, but deep, convulsive sobs that shook his whole being. Sonya bent over him, trembling herself, and whispered prayers. When at last he raised his head, his eyes were wet, but for the first time they were free of their old fever. He looked at her not as a burden, not as a symbol of duty, but as life itself, as love itself. He reached out, clutched her hands, and whispered, "Forgive me." She only nodded, smiling through tears. In that moment, something shifted within him. It was not a sudden absolution, nor the full light of faith, but it was the first step, the first true surrender. He knew now that his punishment was not only Siberia, not only labor or chains. It was the long road of repentance, the slow rebirth of the soul, and Sonya would walk that road with him. The years ahead would be hard, brutal winters, endless toil, the mark of criminality that would never fully fade. Yet already he felt a strange peace, a seed of hope buried deep within him. As the evening star rose over the Siberian horizon, Raskolnikov leaned close to Sonya and whispered, "Now life begins." She held his gaze, and in the quiet vastness of the steppe, with the wind carrying the scent of thawing earth, they sat together, two souls, broken and remade, waiting for the long journey of redemption to unfold. The story of Raskolnikov is not only one of crime and punishment, but of death and rebirth. He set out to prove he was above morality, only to find himself crushed beneath the weight of his own soul. Pride led him to bloodshed, yet love, quiet, patient, and unyielding, led him back toward life. In Siberia, with Sonya by his side, he began the slow work of repentance, not through grand revelations, but through daily labor, through silent tears, through the simple act of opening his heart to another human being. His punishment was not only exile, but the long journey of becoming human again. And that is Dostoevsky's truth, that no one is beyond redemption, but redemption demands suffering, humility, and above all, love. In the end, the crime was his, but the hope of renewal, the chance of salvation that belongs to us all. Thank you for strolling through today's stories with StorySeeker. If you also love classic literature, fairy tales, and endless adventures, please subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell so you won't miss any journey. See you in the next story. Wishing you all the best.